Hello friends, my name is RagePanda1, and we are back with another stream that is going to be a long stream, a very long stream. Also my music is loud. Is it too loud? That's probably too loud for you guys, right? Let me crank that down just a skosh. Just a skosh so we can hear ourselves think. I think that's important. Very important. I also have to bring up my live chats. And if I don't pull up my live chats, people are going to have their messages missed, and then they're going to be mad. They're going to be mad at your boy. Snagga up in here. Fair warning, I do feel a little icky today. I feel a little bit icky. And I got a naughty that I did. I did a little naughty, guys. Do you see it on the screen? Oh, I did it. I did it. Luis, hello. How are you? Bands and Saber, the old Jordan. And of course, Snagga, your boy. I did the thing. I did the thing. Snagga, I can't believe you did what you did. Now, I do intend to make a video about spending and how to spend and when you've got yourself a good deal. But I can tell you this right now. The tremendous celebration here on the 14-day login, that is a tremendous sale. That is a very good deal, and if you're planning on spending $20 on this game anyway, this is probably one of the better ways to do it after you've already bought the challenge fund. And it would be better if I had the privilege card and everything, but I don't. So, you know, I just needed this quick injection so we could make the stream fun and fantastic and cool. And it wouldn't matter if I got a little bit screwed over on the boxes. Plus side with that, Ashen Afterglow, hello. Plus side with that is that I get to have some more stones. I didn't actually mean to click summon that fast. It's like something took over my body and just made me do it. Bro, can I get some effing companion parts? I don't understand. I still have to keep trying. I've got to keep trying. Here we go. It's right here. This is the companion parts. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. No way they would leave me hanging. Nice. All you gotta do is just bitch and complain enough, and then it's gonna happen. Then it's gonna work out. More male Akunas, I love that too. I don't hate it at all. Now, I thought I got more of these, but apparently I'm mistaken. But I'm gonna crank them anyway, because I have no patience whatsoever. Absolutely none. That's what we needed. I don't know if they changed these backgrounds or if I never paid attention, but I like that. This purpley pink thing. And I gotta say, so in my house, you guys know that I love my kids. I think that's one thing that has come across about my personal life is that I be loving my kids a lot. And Zelda's favorite color is pink. My favorite color is purple. And so every time she sees something that is pink and purple, she calls it Daddy Zelda Love. So now my two favorite colors are pink and purple because it reminds me of Daddy Zelda Love. She's my little sweetie. She's my little sweetie. Good morning, Magic de Brune. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I don't know anything. Jreben, I also hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Good luck on getting to hold your companion's parts. I know, right? I need the help because even though I'm done with all the bonuses, I only have 44 parts, which is not ideal. And even though I'm gonna eventually be getting some stones today, hopefully, if things go my way, I don't think it's gonna be enough. I hope it is, because I would like to just be able to have the guys that I like and use them and do whatever the heck I want in my own dang castle. I'm sure we've all been there before. That's right, I'm still going for diamonds. Every time I do it, somebody yells at me. They say, just get the books, man. The books would cost more if you bought them with diamonds. And I say nay. I won't do what you tell me. Isn't there a song about that? Lexadecimal, hello. You gotta be a super dad. You have to. And the reason is because if you don't raise your kids right, somebody else is gonna. And they're gonna raise them wrong. So you gotta do the thing. You gotta make them into good kids. You know what I haven't done yet? I haven't added my alerts to this screen. So I'm gonna do that quick. And I gotta figure out where it actually is. Is it in Thin Bloodline? Yeah. Let me copy this whole group. We'll go back to here. And then we'll paste it. And now I gotta readjust it a little bit. I don't actually know where they show up. But I might even put my chat box on. What do you guys think about having a chat box? Maybe I move it up over into the corner by my head. Maybe I move it behind my head, kind of. That could be cool. We'll get it like that, but then I'll put it so it's just behind my head. Boom. Boom. Now I'm in front of my chats, blocking the chats, and everybody's going to be mad. Perfect. This is perfect. I think that we can all agree that's perfect. What I really should do is make myself a little smaller and put the chats on the right side, but that's problems for another day. The old star YouTube over here. That's Shreyash, right? I hope I'm saying Shreyash right. Miranda, you made it! And we're just getting started. Hello. Aromatic preference, not sure if I said hi, but hi. And of course, Giuseppe up in here. I hope you're all doing well. I hope the day is treating you with the utmost kindness. I had a talk with my kids before school, and Zelda was being a little bit grumpy. She was. She tends to do that sometimes. Must run in the family. And I pulled her aside and I said, "Sweetie, I want to teach you a little life hack. I can tell that you're feeling a little bit grumpy. And if you're feeling grumpy in the morning, it's very important to pull yourself aside and say, you know what? I deserve to have a good day today. And I'm not going to be the person who stands in the way of me having a good day. So what I'm going to do..." Sure, somebody farts over my talk. That's nice. That's very nice. The fart sticker, where did it go? It went too low. Maybe I need to shrink this a little. There's the fart. Oh, the fart's behind me. That's appropriate. That matches. Anyway. Wow, my BlueStacks was freaking out there. Luckily, it's fine now. Snag is testing. Got you. Got you. And I told her that when you notice that you're starting to have a bad day, you should tell yourself that you deserve to have a good day. Because you do deserve to have a good day. There's the fart. He's getting it figured out. He's getting it there. Making it impossible to tell my story. So I told her that when stuff comes up that you feel like you want to be grumpy about it because it's not your favorite thing, if you instead decide to be happy about the thing and to react in a way where you're happier for it, then what's going to happen is you're going to start feeling a little happier after you've made a couple of those decisions. And when you start feeling happier, you're going to interact with people and you're going to start making them happy. And then because they're happy, they're going to turn around and make everybody around them happy too. And it's all going to come back to you, and you're going to find out by the end of your day that you had a great day. But it all comes down to making a choice of whether you're going to have a good day or a bad day. And sometimes that choice is really hard to make. And you know what? You know what? She started finding things that she could be happy about. She started looking around. She found her brother. She went up and gave him a hug. And she's like, "Daddy, I wanted to have a good day, so I gave Ollie a hug. And that made him happy, and I'm happy too." And he gave her a little kiss on the cheek. And then she was like, "Oh my gosh, Daddy, you were right. When I gave him a hug, he was happy, so he gave me a kiss on the cheek. And that made me happy because I knew that he loved me so much." Boom. It's already working, people. Spread the happiness in your own lives. I think we could all use a little more of that. So now that I've had that talk, I'm going to go and kill a bunch of people that are way lower power than me in Arena and ruin their day. Brent, hello. Jordan, I think I said hi to you. I don't remember. There's a lot of people here. It's a lot. A lot. Magnus, hello. Hello and welcome. Snagga says, "I'm not farting for your story." I hope that's true. I hope you're not trying to fart on my story. Let me just grab this chest here. I'm a real chest grabber. So much for getting any work done. Yes, I plan on ruining that for you. If only. Oh, it's working now! Yes. Give me the diamonds. Give them all to me. Give them all. Should I reinvest that into the bonus effect? I don't think I'm going to. Not right now. Not right now. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to do Deep Sea Delve. That's what we're doing. And I want to show you a quick trick before I get started with my farming. Somebody mentioned this to me yesterday while I was streaming, I believe. But if you click on the bottom, there are different stores. And they all have their different prices. But they also have different amounts of the items. So I have 10 more boxes here that I can buy, even though I already bought all 10 of these boxes. And then by the time I farmed all of those out, I should be able to get these 10 boxes as well. And we're going to be doing a lot of arena here today, and I hope you're ready for it. That's the plan. That's how I roll. And before I do any of that, I'm going to make sure that when I do my arena fights, that winning is still giving me the goods. Now this guy's worth a lot of points. He's also the big guy on the screen, so let's start with that. Why not? Why not start with that? Alright. Oh yeah, she's mythic now. I almost forgot. Oh, I should also pump up the jams and make my guys a little stronger before I start fighting. Brent says, oh, for frick's sake, I hate myself now. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you don't. Magic DeBrune says I should start vlogging. If people want that, I might. I don't know. Just be live 100% of the time. Always streaming. Never not streaming. I think I'm going to pump and dump this guy as much as I can. Just for now. Maybe we'll pump and dump her a little bit. Get one level. That works. Can't leave anything back. That's for shizzle. That is for shizzle. Lexadecimal says, I don't know what GR means. Oh, grade 9. Got it. Got it. I was thinking you were saying 9-year-old, but no, grade 9. Daughter was once like yours, it sounds. Don't give up, it may turn crazy. Yeah, no, she is just like me, and so I'm lucky in that way because I've been doing a lot of soul searching in my adult life. And I understand a lot about why I ended up the way that I am and the failings that I made and how I turned some of my blessings into a curse by just not being aware and not being careful with my decisions. And I am trying very hard to steer her down a better path. Because she is the top of her class in everything. She basically could be in second grade if she wanted to, based on the test scores that she got when she was in kindergarten. We decided not to approach anything like that because she is a twin, and I don't want Ollie to be left behind. He's also a very skilled and talented little boy. Oh no, I'm gonna lose. Oh no. That was close. That was close. Whew. Yeah, she's very creative as well. I didn't pay attention to how huge this guy is. That was my mistake there. He's doing this as a trick. He's using lower level people with the one big huge guy to try to catch people in it like he almost just caught me. There you go. They work. I feel like that's a little too big. I'll adjust the size of all that stuff later. I know, it's a little intrusive for now, but we'll figure it out. Motorcycle US, hello. Hey, how are ya? So I'm glad we won that one, but I'm not going to fight that guy again because the whole point is to win. And I also didn't pay attention to whether or not I got meat. Unfortunately, the best way to do this and the fastest way to do this is to just kill people that don't have a chance. It's sad, but it's true. Very sad. Sub! Yes, do please sub, because I actually have a metric that I'm trying to meet. with the Weaver program. Still getting 2 meats there. You'll love it. Absolutely love it. Snagga, I do like chests. Snagga told us that. Yeah, well, when you got a chest like Snagga's, how's a man to say no? I suppose I could be pursuing extra points as well, but I have to actually look at the enemy team then. And then we see that... So what I'm looking for is that this female Ignis is higher level than everybody else. It's sort of the same ruse that we almost fell for just before. She's also famously really strong and easily kills entire enemy teams with her ultimate. So, will my team work in this orientation? Well, it'll be okay. But what I really want to do is I really want to get her under crowd control before she has a chance to do anything. Snagga, thank you very much for the gifted membership. Everybody act quickly if you want that to be yours. Aromatic Preference, coming in clutch. Welcome to the membership program. So now I have my male Bjorn Krieger over here so that he will be stunning her, and then I'm countering their whole plan. Do I need to think that hard about it based on our power levels? Probably not, but it's a good idea to do that anyway. That's what I would say. Star YouTube says, hey Rage Panda 1, joke of my day. What happened when I was in my tuition? Is that what we're saying? Tuition? Tuition? Am I not? Is this a normal word that I'm just not reading right? In class today, teacher said don't drink more water because it causes more... Oh, I don't get it. Causes me more loss because his scooty is used to bring water jars. I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't get it. I'm just probably not good at reading, and that's fine. That's fine. I will take that hit. Alright, so same sort of thing over here. We could be switching. I probably don't need to. I'm not going to bother, and then hopefully I never lose. Never punished, baby. Never punished. One thing that's nice is that the male Bjorn Krieger's circle is so big, it doesn't matter. Everybody's getting hit with it anyway. Yeah, the alerts are all set up. I think they're set up to be for the small screen, and then they would be like smaller and in the top, but it is what it is. This might put them so they show up above my head, so maybe I'll try leaving it at that size for now. But I don't want to mess with it too much on stream, because that's boring for people. That's just boring. Then he asked for water and you said you're drinking your own vehicle's fuel. I get it now. There was a second part. Now I get the joke. Sorry, I jumped the gun a little bit. I'm a gun jumper. Now, another thing you're looking for when you're doing these arenas is this little dumb hooer bag. If you see this little dumb hooer bag, it's very simple. You just put male Bjorn Krieger over there. Can you please click on the guy? God, just let me drag him. They will not let me drag my characters right now. And I'm not saying that I'm going to absolutely snap, but I'm going to absolutely snap. I also, I don't know if I've told you why, I did in a video. In the female Bjorn Krieger build guide, I explained why I'm keeping male Akuna directly behind her. So if you want to know more about that secret little trick, that's where you're going to find that information. A little shameless self-plug. Sometimes that's what you got to do. Starting off my day with a little Waterloo sparkling water. And remember, choose to have a good day, says Miranda. That's right. You can't claim the YouTube memberships on a phone? That's unfortunate. I am sorry to hear that. Now, what I'm not too worried about is I'm not too worried about the points that I'm getting per fight, because I'm going to be doing so many. If I went and tried to find... Oh, yeah. Pumped base! The dabby corn there. He's still a decent size. Maybe we got a good setup for now. See, don't you guys miss all of the bonuses from Twitch? They're over there on Twitch activating these bonuses, and it still shows up on the stream because of how I have it set up. I have considered doing the dual streaming, but I have not started that yet. Goat Games is probably over me dragging everything to do with them. Or anything to do with them. Well, yeah, and they're not gonna have to hear me do that about this current event because it's actually good. In fact, I'm encouraging people, if you're part of the main Discord, or if you just want to help the game be better, it's very important that we are extremely vocal about the fact that we like this event, and we like that it encourages farming, and we like that we can put in more and more time to get more and more rewards, or we can just buy our way there. We have the option. That's what we want. That's what all of us want. It doesn't matter if you're free to play or if you like to pay to win. It doesn't matter. We all like events that we can actually play with and do something with and spend a couple hours of our day strategizing and planning and doing a little work and getting rewarded for all of that time and effort. That's what we really want. And so now that they finally made something good that matches what we want them to be doing, we need to tell them that they've done a good job. We need to stroke their ego and say, you're the bestest boy. You're really doing great stuff here and we love it. And that's part of the reason why I didn't mind. Let me back out here real quick. That's one reason why I didn't mind going into my 14-day login and spending $20 on this pack. I mean, yeah, this is absolutely... the stickers, I don't know if you guys can hear them as much as I can hear them, but they are coming through. They are coming through. I hope they're not coming through twice for you guys, because I do have my desktop audio on, which is a little bit lazy. I could just be having the specific game audio in that section. So not only is this pack actually worth the money, but I felt like they did good work, and they deserved a reward for that. And so I was perfectly happy to spend an extra 20 bucks on the game so that I could spend all day today going through this event and hanging out with my friends on the chat and having a great time. So we need to stroke their backs a little bit and say, here you go, start purring, Goat Games. Let me milk you a little more for some of that sweet goat milk, and by that I mean more events like this one. I hope that makes sense why I'm currently happy with what they're doing. Oh boy. The old Snagga. Do you even have enough channel points to be going through all of that stuff? Let's be honest. That's the real downside here, is that if Twitch isn't available to be watched, then you can't get channel points. How are you supposed to do the thing? Oh yeah! Oh yeah! I get a new hooer! That's great! I love it. Boom. I didn't even think about this, but boom. Very happy, very satisfied. You can see I bought the challenge fund, and I bought this other thing. That's where we're at right now. I'm quite pleased with that. Quite pleased indeed. Let me charm you up there, lady. Let me give you a little charmy doodles. Couple of extra there. Alright, I went too hard. I didn't plan on taking her farther than that. Listen, I like what I like, Snagga. This guy. I'm making the puppy. I don't care. Do I need it? No. But I'm making one. Alright, back to the arena. Back to the lab again. Kara, hello. Now's a great time to start a new account between the returning player and the deep sea. I totally agree. Absolute perfect time. Absolute perfect time to do it. Sorry. It's an old tradition. Now Snagga, chill. Yeah, sparingly. Do it sparingly. God. This guy over here. He's clicking on those and he's absolutely wearing his mouse out. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, they do be working. And you guys can hear them all right. Otherwise, I just danced around like a maroon for no reason. And ain't nobody got time for that. The Lithbucks site gives you free 50 diamonds a day. Is that an Aptoid thing that you're talking about? I would like to know if that's what you're talking about. because you can hear them. Awesome. Lovely. Now, if I was looking at this team, the person that I actually would want to be stopping here is the Lux. Even though I hate him, and I think he sucks, I also don't want my people to be crowd controlled for an enormous amount of time. Female Lux is way stronger, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do, you know? Snack is literally a man-child. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Nope, you click the site links from the Lithbucks icon. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't done any of that stuff. Although currently I have my compensation from the Weaver program set up to be in Lithbucks. Although it sounds like I might be earning more than I expected, and I might not want all of that to be going into the game. But we'll see. We'll see how she goes. At least I don't have to pay taxes on Lithbucks, you know? It's an in-game reward. It's fine. It's no problem. It's also on their Facebook page. I guess they want to get people interested in the old... It's like doing V-Bucks. Which, by the way, I also don't like. When a game wants you to buy their currency instead of just using currency, the only reason that they do that is because they're going to make the amounts that you buy and the amounts that things cost different values, just like they do with hot dogs and hot dog buns. There's different amounts in each. So then you're left with some spares and you're like, well, I can't actually use this at all unless I just buy more, and then maybe I can use more of it. But you can never quite clean it out, and it's a little psychological trick to keep you spending extra. That's how they do it. And that's how all those games do it. Again, I'm not just saying it's GOAT games. Even Fortnite and all of those are doing the same thing. So you know, it's just the way it is. I kind of want to fight this guy just because he's stronger than me, just for the fun of it. What do you have that's scary here? This guy's a little bit annoying. She's just big. This is the female one, so I'm not too worried about her. I think we're already in the best orientation, and I think we're going to win with probably not too much of a problem. That's what I think. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but sometimes you got to take the risk. Sometimes you got to test your dudes. See if you're feeling strong or not. Well, we got him. We got him. Oh, man. I'm not going to be able to pronounce that name. Mercia Andre Radu. Have I done it? Grand Bazaar Lithbucks and you get the 50 diamonds for free. That's pretty sweet. I'm not going to go to a website while I'm streaming, though. I don't want to do that. I ain't trying to do that. Some things will never change. Some things will never change, but only because people allow it to stay that way. And that is not exclusive to gaming. That is exclusive to the entire state of the world. There's a lot of abuses that happen to all of us that would just be over if we decided. It's unfortunate, but people just don't think they have any power. But you do. You are a powerful person. And I know that because we all are a powerful person. And that example that I gave you earlier today about how my daughter went from having a miserable day to now she's going to go spread joy in the whole school. The whole school. And then kids might go home and they spread joy to their parents. That was just from having one little talk, taking 5 minutes to talk to my little girl and help her feel better. That was the power that I had this morning. And you all have that same sort of stuff. It's easy to feel useless, but we're not. And don't get me wrong, I've been suffering from feeling useless for an extended period of time. But thanks to all the support from all of you people, I am not currently feeling that way. I feel like I'm contributing, and that feels good. And it makes me want to do more and try harder. Raymond, Fayaz, hello and welcome. Well, there's not really a glitch. If it was a glitch, I wouldn't do it. But it's a system that they actually built into the game that makes it an awesome game. Every time I win these arena battles, I am getting extra meat. Every time I get meat, I get to fish. Every time I fish, I progress this bar. Then I can go into the fishing shop, and I have these coins. And then I can buy this box that gives me the relics. When I get the relics, I go turn them in at the tavern, and I have a chance to get a variety of rewards, but 45% of the time I get 2,000 diamonds. But I don't even need to spend close to 2,000 diamonds to actually do enough work to get this box. So it's sort of an infinite money glitch, but it's built into the game, except you can only get up to 30 boxes. If you click on the bottom, there's 10 in the regular price, 10 in the 10% off, and 10 in the 40% off. Now, actually getting to 40% off, it's a lot of work. I have done over 300 arena battles, and I am not there yet. So, it is a lot of work to get all of the value out of it, but I think it's worth it. That's what I think. If you are on an older server and you're not getting 2 meat per win in the arena, you have to gauge whether or not, if you're getting like 1 meat per win, still worth it, still totally fine. If you're not always getting meat, you can just click this button and buy the food directly for diamonds. It's still going to be a better value than anything else you can really spend on right now. And that's what I would do. I would just invest into that. But since I'm currently in an arena event anyway, and I get rewards for every arena that I do win, I'm really double dipping on the whole system here, and it's considerably cheaper in diamonds to meat ratio if I'm getting it every time I win. So I hope I hope that's the way that that needed to be said for everybody to be on the same page. Once again, looking at who's annoying here, like I always say, female Lionstone, not very good. However, you do need to try to interrupt her and make her not good. So that's what we're going to be doing, but first I got to buy more packs. I gotta keep feeding the addiction, which I have no problem with. If you're lucky like me, you'll have these arena packs, and this is one of the rare times where the more expensive packs are actually just as worth it or even more worth it than the other ones. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go a little crazy here. We're gonna buy all of those. And then we're also going to buy this. And then we're going to go do a whole lot of arena. A whole lot of it. And I am open to talking about whatever you guys want to talk about while I'm doing that. There are a lot of people in the chat, so if I don't get to your message, I'm sorry. But I do appreciate all of you. I do. Oh, Gardevoir, I'm sorry. The thing is, when I'm doing this, like, I'm paying my diamonds, which I got from spending real money, to be in this. And I might fight a couple of people that are a challenge just to, like, test my team out and have a little fun. But realistically, I don't get anything more for fighting teams that are hard for me to beat. I can fight this person that's a guaranteed win, and I get all of this stuff. And why would I risk losing a bunch of points and not getting the meat just to do a challenge fight? Because it's fun might be an answer, and that's why I do a couple of them, but not enough. Not enough. And I will try not to attack my guildmates also, if I can help it. I know a lot of them don't care, but I want my people to be successful. That's what I'm about. That is what I'm about. Giuseppe says, "Hey Rage, did you read the message about the review?" If it was on Discord, then no. Because I have been getting stream ready and getting ready myself for stream. Because it's streaming time, baby! Fun is important. That's true. I agree with that. But for me,
Lord have mercy,
you know, I do like beating hard teams, and you guys watch me fight them all the time. I might actually fight this guy because he's worth 10 points. So in this situation, I know that this female Devala is going to be quite annoying. And so I actually want to have my anti-heal next to her more. And while they both have it, the female has more because she also stacks it with her ult. It might mean that it's possible that I'm not going to get the female Lionstone in my freeze, but I think I'm still going to get her anyway. And if I do, if I can make those two things happen in this battle, they don't stand a chance of winning at all, even though I have a couple of people that are quite more squishy than they are. So it is a little bit of a gamble. I could lose this round, but I think with my strategy, I'm not going to. It would have been nice if we would have gotten her life save before she went over there and did her ult. That would have made it a little bit more of a guaranteed thing, but we got the job done anyway. The thing is that the female Lionstone didn't have her ult up and working when the female Devala went and ulted my whole team. And because she didn't have that bonus, my low-level people didn't die. And the reason she didn't have that bonus is because I made it that way. I decided it was going to be that way, and I made it come into practice. So you're going to notice that my male Akuna and my male Bjorn are always basically doing top damage here. And really it's because I've invested more into them. Because they were doing slightly more before, so I went and upgraded all their equipment to be better. I put more levels on them. That old chestnut. And I think it's worked out quite well. It could be nice to have the anti-heal over here. But in this situation, he's also lower level, so he doesn't really matter that much. And I'll probably keep it this way because of the figness. But also having anti-heal over on that side is pretty helpful. I like how I said I'm just going to go fight little nothing people who can't defend themselves, and then I didn't do that instantly. And then I just didn't. Aromatic says, I touch my team. I'm going to assume that that is a totally non-sexual thing that you've just said, which is great. We're all on the same page, family friendly. This Hexar guy is the one who beat me before. Of course, that was a good Panda Hub. I'll give you credit for that one. That was a good Panda Hub. Panda Hub t-shirt, by the way, still on sale in the merch store, but don't ever feel like you need to donate or buy things from my merch store. Nobody owes me anything, but it certainly does help. Once again, I don't need to worry about this, but if I was going to, I'd be worrying about it by freezing that side. I'm not going to bother switching it, though. Zreben says, I'd actually prefer to be taken out in the arena so my ranking goes down and I don't end up at the top against people I can't beat. Well, the thing is that you don't have to beat the people at the top even when it comes down to that. You just get the people who are worth 4. Unless you're on one of the servers where you're not always getting meat if you're only getting 4 points for them. That does happen. That does happen. Aromatic preference hits the guildmates. Oh, that's what you meant. Now it all makes sense. Now I understand. Oh, you hate to see it, guys. You hate to see it. This poor guy has two dudes here that could have been really great at healing themselves and being awesome, and they just fell short. I'm really sad that actually we're gonna go read his junk, his stuff. I always like to do that in the renowned champion screen so we can get a nice even number. So for every 5% health loss, the caster's attack speed is increased by 5% up to a maximum of 50%. That's a great passive. That's an awesome passive. And on a different character, it would be wildly overpowered. On this one, he deals true damage equal to a huge percentage for a warrior. A huge percentage. 612 is massive, especially back in the day. But he also takes backfire damage equal to 30% of their strength. Now, that's not that much damage, so it doesn't matter that much. But it doesn't help him either. And ignoring Fortitude, especially back in the day, was completely useless. But then, with his ultimate, he becomes immune to control skills and gains 10% lifesteal. And for every 10% of health lost, the lifesteal rate increases by 30% up to a maximum of 50%. This could have been really good. Like, in a different game, in a different world, this guy would have been awesome. If Fortitude mattered, that would have been huge to do true damage. If warriors did damage with their basic attacks, his attack speed would have been amazing. And if a percentage of your strength converted into the health back with the lifesteal actually was strong enough, this passive would have made him unkillable and amazing. Unfortunately, lifesteal never really took off in this game, and all of the numbers surrounding it are just tuned in a way where all of these things that should have been really good just ended up not working, and every one of them ended up being terrible. It's so sad. And the same thing happened to Male Devala, and the poor guy that we're about to fight, or that we were about to fight, has both of them up in the front. And it's just so sad to see. Oh, poor guy. If he kicks my ass, I'm going to be real sad after that talk. My server number is 1578. I do have a guild on this server called Rage Eternal, and I really need to fill out that guild so we can compete and do work. And I would like to do guild conquest. I can't promise that I'm going to love it. I know it's very pay to win. I know I'm very against pay to win. And if I get constantly destroyed by people who are paying to win, I might be able to... It's sort of the same thing of deciding if you're going to be happy or have a bad time. I might be able to talk myself into saying, it's okay, I'm just here for the rewards at the end. I don't need to win. It's not that important. I might be able to maintain that. But if I can't, I'm going to have a bad time. I'm aware that that might be a problem. Chaos Cavern up in here. Hello, buddy. Hello, friend. And welcome. You're jealous you haven't gotten 2 pieces of meat even once from the arena? I am very sorry to hear that. The higher point value people are worth, the increased chance you get of getting that, but... Did I fight this guy before? No, I didn't fight this guy before. So, again, on this one, I want to have her... Come on, let me drag my characters. I want to have her over here, because I want to draw in this Male Devala, which usually they'll go towards the 1 slot in this scenario. But also I want to be freezing this guy. And if I can do both of those things, I should be doing a pretty good job. This guy's making a slight misplay. Well, there are a lot of problems with this team. But one of the misplays here is that they've got the Male Zace, and the Male Zace plus the Male Akuna can be really strong because the Male Akuna will tend to stay inside the power circle. But when he's up in the front like this, he's going to run right out of it, and he's not going to be in the Zace power circle more than likely. So he's completely wasting that extra buff, which is unfortunate. So I'm not too worried about whether or not I'm going to win this. But it is what it is, you know. I'm not judging. I had the big deep freeze on me. There we go. We got him. We ate him up. Who did all my damage? Same as it ever was. I like to see it a little more even like this. I want all of the people on my team to be having fun. Taroma. You said Taroma. Is that a person in here? Or what is happening? What does that mean? Maybe I missed somebody. If that's a person in here, I say hello to you and welcome. Let me fight a couple of easy ones here so I can get caught up. Magnus says pay to win in Guild Conquest is mainly when you reach Conqueror rank. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But it's going to be a problem either way. It's always going to be a problem. You get 4 to 7 festival gift coins, and 1 out of 5 battles got you 1 meat. Yeah, that's not worth it. At that point, if you're doing it to do the arena thing, then that's fine. But I would just be buying the meat directly at that point. Dreben says lifesteal often feels bad in this game because it's only a fraction of your strength coming back. Exactly. I didn't say that very well, but yeah, that's what I was trying to say. If the lifesteal worked by giving you a percentage of your health back, your maximum health back, every hit, then it could be good. But otherwise, it's just not really going to do anything. If you're getting, what, 30% of the damage that you did with a normal attack back, you're not even going to see it on the screen. It's just weak, dog. And the funny thing is, the meta, when I joined the game, everybody was doing burst mages and they were all trying to spam the lifesteal abilities, and it just was no good. No good at all. The lifesteal went away very quickly though. I need to make sure I'm drinking a lot because my throat still hurts a little bit. A little bit. Lexadecimal says I'm Sandor on 1384. Got a couple over 600 power levels. Nice. Very nice. The Punisher. We got to fight the Punisher. Alright, so here's another one that this is just going to be kind of an easy fight. And you hate to say that. Oh, I don't need to switch. But all I have to do is disrupt this Lionstone because the entire point of this team is make Ignis go boom. That's it. That's the whole plan. It might work, but I don't think it's going to work for him. You see, she's out of the freeze right now. Lionstone is frozen. And the damage did not quite come through. My female bear died, but it was not really a big challenge. But still, I go for a couple easy fights. Because that's what you should be doing. If you're doing this, fight the lowest power person you could fight and just guarantee your win. Just do it. You kill them faster, the whole thing is faster, and this process takes a long time. A little too a lot of time, if you ask me. A little too a lot of time. Oh boy. Already going for the arena challenge, so you're just keeping track. That makes sense. That does make sense to me. I think I'm currently winning my arena challenge. I've gone pretty hard. I've been having a great time with this. I love being able to grind and just keep earning because I'm grinding. The two best ranks. I'm number 1 and I'm number 69. Self, never change. Unfortunately, I'm winning the one that you don't really get all that much cool stuff for. But it is still worth it, and actually getting these exquisite chalices are pretty important for my account right now. I need those. I need them. I want them and I need them. For now, I'm winning, says Snagga. Snagga likes to take things away from me. He says he's my friend. He says that he's a big fan. And then he wants to just take away from me all the time. And it feels bad, you know? It feels bad. Oh, Miranda. Miranda thinks it's funny. Your guild is top 50 and everyone is so pay to win you can't play it. I hate to hear that. But again, that's just the way it is. I mean, I want to get Bloodcraft Legends. I want to mess around with that stuff. In fact, when I get a Bloodcraft Legend, you better believe that I am going to get the wrong one on purpose. And everybody's going to be mad and say, why did you do that? And then I'm going to be the only content creator making content about whichever one I picked. That's why I'm doing it. Showing you don't always have to go for the thing everybody says is great. I don't know. Is that a dumb thing to care about? Before I streamed, I only got enough arena tokens? Well, now you're going to come for me, huh? Now you're coming for me. You should live your best life. If you have to dethrone me, then you have to dethrone me. I will survive. I'll live to fight another day. Although I've actually never won a server challenge ever. And the reason is because I make content. So, like, I'm constantly being not forced, but I am constantly incentivized to make decisions with my currency. That means that I can't afford to make it all the way to being number 1 in a lot of those, especially since I generally don't pay money for this game very often. And I'm just like constantly trying to keep up with the new clans coming out so that I can actually use them, so I can actually make videos about them and decide if they're good or terrible. I feel like that is my role in the community, is figuring out if anything can be useful or not. I'm sure I don't need to fill that role. Plenty of people probably could, but that's where I feel I've landed. Phoenix is good? Yeah, I know Phoenix is good. Phoenix isn't good. She's the best one by far. That's what I would say. Clef Math is getting the purple Bloodcraft one. Yeah, I liked her. We can go look at her again quick. I'm not in a huge rush to just spam these all out. I don't mind going and looking at other stuff. The old Wood Scourge. So I read through on a different stream about this character, and my conclusion was that she's very good, but she's not very good in the context of being a Bloodcraft legend because they're so expensive to acquire and to gear up and to get the books for and all this other stuff. That's why everybody else is going for Phoenix, because she's pretty much the best one. The very newest one is also kind of stupid good. Maybe a little too good. But, alright, so all of the caster's debuffs are removed except for unremovable ones. When damage taken is higher than 10% of the caster's max constitution. Great, perfect counter for bears, really awesome. In the following 4 seconds, the caster becomes immune to control effects and reduces damage taken by 80%. Very tanky, very strong, you love to see it. Slashes 3 times at all enemy champions in front, dealing damage equal to 530% of the caster's strength. The last slash also lowers the target's energy by 300. Enemies hit cannot restore energy for the next 4 seconds. That's really strong. It's very good against Male Water and Sun. The problem is you actually have to get the Male Water and Sun in your range for it to be useful. So if you're using this, you're probably fighting Male Water and Sun, and so you need somebody who's pulling him in towards you, or that's never going to hit him and it ain't going to matter. Unless the range of that thing is way longer than I would guess. If it just hits the whole map, then ignore what I just said. But I've never seen the person actually fighting, so. And then Obliteration. Swing the long sword continuously, knocking back enemies in the front, dealing damage equal to 750% of the caster's strength. The last strike lands a straight line crit hit, dealing damage equal to 500% of the caster's strength, restoring their constitution by 40% of the damage dealt. An enemy's hit cannot restore energy in the following 4 seconds. So obviously that's a lot of damage. That's really good. Making it so enemies can't restore energy is always good. When you're specifically making it so they can't restore any at all and you're doing it on 2 different abilities, it's pretty good. She's not the best Bloodcraft legend by any means, but very good and might be the one that I would take. I'm not sure. I'm also tempted to just take Super Tanky Boy and just be Super Tanky Boy. I'm not sure. I don't know if I'll even ever make it to getting one because I might not be able to handle Guild Conquest enough. But if I can, I'm going to pick somebody interesting. Maybe I'll do a vote. Have the community do a little request of which person I pick. Because whoever you pick is not going to be the best one. That's for shizzle. We know that for sure. Rebecca Allen says, older servers don't get 2 meat. I know. Unfortunate. But don't forget to hunt for prisoners every hour. True, true. Very strong. Sometimes I don't worry about that stuff if I'm in the middle of a stream. I just focus on what I'm doing. Star YouTube has started an account on my server. Happy to have you. Very happy to have you. For anybody wondering, that is 1578. And the guild is Rage Eternal. And I don't want to keep backing out, but I should check how many people we actually have now. We're up to 16 out of 50, so there's plenty of room for people to come in, get leveled up, get ready for Guild Conquest to come around. And, you know, have a good old time. If you're a long-term player, you might just be able to do a returning player thing, but I don't think you get to pick your server, and you probably won't land on mine. But you will be close enough that when cross-server guilds are available, that we would be able to play together. So, both of those are good options. Man, these songs are going hard. I don't know if they're super quiet for you guys, but I like them. I like it a lot. Clef Math says, I have Phoenix and Sahir. Just want info on the Wood Scourge. Yeah, I think Wood Scourge could be really good, but you need to be pulling stuff in. And the sad part about that is that she's pulling stuff away, or she's pushing stuff away. So, it might be better to put her with something like a Male Samir where you're already pushing them, and it doesn't really matter. Like, they're still staying somewhat grouped. But I haven't looked around to see what I think the best team is for that. Maybe I will get to making that a video at some point. On 51 Devala favorability. Hi-oh! Time to get that companion. Personally, I'm staying away from the Devala on this account because I got so tired of using her in the last one, and everybody was just like in that mode where they thought that you could only use her and that she was the best. And it's... Sometimes I feel like I'm speaking to a wall when I talk about the overpowered thing not being overpowered. Everybody right now is convinced that Male Water and Sun is so strong that there's nothing you can do about him. But what's really happening is that everybody that you're fighting is aware that he is a little stronger than most people. So then they pump him up to 70 plus vigor, where the rest of the team is only at 15 to 20. And then every fight you're looking at him going, well, this guy's just really strong. His numbers are crazy. And you can, with almost anybody, pump an extra 50 vigor levels into him and they're going to seem awesome. He is awesome. I'm not saying he's not awesome. All I'm saying is that he's not an auto win if you're fighting one and you don't have one. Which I have heard people say. I have heard people say it. It feels bad doing this to people, you know? They're just low level. They're just living their best lives. I'll fight a guy who's a little higher. He's not really even a challenge either, but... At least I'm not picking on all the little people. I got a little bit of a conscience. How dare you shield your team? How dare you? Was that too Thunberg for you? My bad. My bad, dog. I feel like I need a little caffeine in my system. I do. I also am likely... This stream might get weird. Because at some point, sitting in this chair gets a little painful for me. My back has been worse lately, which is part of the reason why I was super depressed before. Because that was a nightmare. And after I had surgery and it was a little better, I was very happy that that was the case. And I was hoping it'd never come back. And it feels like it's coming back to being bad. And let me tell you something, that's super depressing. So I might at some point have to go grab myself one of my pain pills. My doctor is so mad at me because I don't like to take them because I'm the kind of guy who is like, I don't like help. How dare you help me? Especially if I didn't ask for it. Then I don't like to ask for help at all. So yeah. If I run out of the pills, I just don't tell her. And then I wait until my next natural doctor's appointment. And then she's like, so how long has it been since you ran out? Probably been a while, huh? I'm like, yeah, it's been like 3 months. She's like, would you just call me? Like, you have a serious problem. You need help with it. Call me and I'll help you. So this last time she just like gave me twice as many because she knows that I don't abuse them. But I also refuse to ask for help when I need it. Which is not a good thing. But it's funny because last night, you know, I'm doing the kid talks. You know, that's what I do. I'm a daddy. I talk to the kids. And both of my kids have been in this phase where when they need help with something, their first thing they do is whine. They don't ask for help. They're not like, Daddy, could you please help me, Daddy? I've got a problem that I could use a help with a solution for. And then I come in there and help them. That's what would happen if they asked me so nice like that. Instead, they go, my iPad ran out of power or whatever. And I'm like, oh, could you not make that noise ever again? And so last night we had a talk about how one thing that is always okay to do and that you should never feel bad for doing is asking for help when you need it. And you don't need to put on a show, and you don't need to be dramatic. It's okay to just say that you need help, because everybody needs help sometimes, and we all deserve to be able to have access to that help. And the only way we'll ever get it when we need it is if we're willing to communicate honestly and say, I need help. And then my wife looked at me and burst out laughing because I refused to ask for help. about anything. But that's what I was talking about with my kids being a little difficult sometimes, because they're just little me, and they act just like me, and I know what they're going through, and so I give them little tips and advice that I needed to hear back in the day. And you know what? I know that that's a problem, that not being able to ask for help. I don't know how to fix it. I'm just aware that I should probably prepare my kids for being able to ask for help when they need it. It's important. It's very important. Dreeben, you are correct. You can change your server. Unfortunately, you can't take all of your stuff with you. But you get to keep it on the old server, and you can play more than one at one time. Which sometimes I feel like I want to do, but then stuff like this comes out with this event. And I've been playing this game non-stop, having a great time. And I have so many more things that I have resources to do, that I want to do. And it's just like there's not enough time in the day. Admittedly, it takes me longer to do stuff when I'm streaming, and I've also been making a lot of videos lately. But yeah, I've been having a great time. They give you 325 milligram oxys for your back. Well, mine are not that strong. I don't remember exactly how strong they are, but they're like, somebody put it to me this way. I have a friend who's a nurse, and he said, basically, you have half of the strength of what we would give you if you got into a car accident and broke all your bones. I'm like, so that's kind of strong. He's like, yeah, it's kind of strong, but they could give you more. So, yeah, I just keep it there. It doesn't always work, but... The panda versus the bear. I'll get you. I'll get you, buddy. American accent. I don't know what kind of accent I pulled out there. It was something. And if you asked me to do it again, I wouldn't be able to. Some people ask me to do accents like that, and then I'm like, how? How do you do that? It just comes out. It just comes out like that. Hit him with the boom boom. So a lot of people have been asking for account reviews lately, and I'm not quite to that point yet. But what I have been having a lot of fun doing is team reviews. So if you... It's better if you feel like your team needs something and you're not sure what it needs. But I know some people just want to show off their good team, and they're like, hey, this works really good and I like it. So we might do that at some point. If the monotony of 10 million arena matches gets too much. You have compressed vertebrae from a car wreck? Yeah, I have also lost about 1.5 inches in height. And mine is just from... Partially it was from... a disc got pushed out and then herniated. And it wrapped around the nerve. Like if this finger is my nerve, the disc went like this. And then it turned into bone because I didn't have insurance for a long time. And I kept going to doctors saying something's real bad and I can't fix it. And it took over 10 years and it all calcified and turned into bone. So they went in and they cut all of that away around my nerve. And now I basically have no disc in that spot. And then I also have degenerative stuff happening all the way up and down my spine with arthritis, and I have bone spurs, and it ain't great. Unfortunately, mine seems to just be a case of the shitty back. Speaking of which, my family got me this shirt, which has a guy holding another guy's spine. You know, because I have back problems, so it's funny. You know. Very, very comical and funny. Actually, what is funny is after I had surgery on my back, the neuroscience group gave me a shirt with their logo on it, and it had that slogan on the back. We've got your back. All right, guys, I get it. Thanks, everyone. But the surgery was very well done, and I appreciate that. It really sucked, though. Any anti-Water and Sun team? Yeah. Here's the thing that people don't understand about the Water and Sun. And it's a really I understand why not everybody gets it. Because it's not an immediately obvious thing. I don't think he's even available on my server at all, so I probably can't readily look at his junk. I would just like to look at the bug's junk, please. That would not be possible, my friend. So, yeah, I guess I can't look at his junk, but the main thing is he has sources of increased energy gain, and so he wants to be taking a little bit of damage while he's in his ultimate. That gives him extra energy. And then I think it's when his teammates are crowd controlled or when enemies are crowd controlled or something like that. I don't remember the exact wording on it because I haven't read it for a little bit. He also gets bonus energy for that. So what he wants to do is he wants to gain as much energy as possible while he's draining his energy from doing his ultimate. And he gets to do that. And you could also increase that with the female Lume, for instance, if you really wanted to make him extra strong. I'm not sure that's totally worth it, but you could. And so what you need to do is you need to crowd control him out of his ultimate. If he casts the ultimate, you need to be stopping him after it's cast so that he has to get up there and recast it again instead of draining his whole bar down, continuously casting the entire time. And the more often that you can do that and interrupt that process, the better you're going to be. If you don't do that at all and you let him continuously cast and continuously build up, he has more effects that he triggers by continuing to do that. So all you got to do is interrupt him while he's in the middle of his ultimate. So you need as many forms of crowd control that are going to knock him out of that as possible, and also ways to control his ability to gain energy. If you can do that, he's easy. Of course, anti-heal goes a long way, but you know, this guy actually used to be a big challenge for me. And the reason was because we were about the same power, and he's using very similar dudes, and it can be real annoying. And in this case, so I don't know if you guys care about these little tips of why I'm making decisions where I'm placing people. Maybe it's helpful. Maybe you like it. I'm going to keep saying them. I hope you like them. So when I see the male Samir against my male Bjorn Krieger, I'm happy about that. The reason is because he's going to push in and just displace himself, and he's going to push my guy back, and then I'm going to do an ultimate, and I'm going to be right in his whole team anyway, and he's done nothing. So then it doesn't matter, and this is one of my guys that does half of my damage on my team usually, and I will then also be out of his circle that's reducing my strength. So I'm negating a lot of the things that are good about this character just by already being over here with that guy. And we might not get to see it actually happen because they're significantly lower than me, so they might die pretty quickly, but here we go. Get unfrozen and leap on him. Well, it didn't matter. Unfortunate. Unfortunate, but that's the type of thing that I'm thinking about. I can flip to your account. Well, I could look at the renowned champion stuff on my other server. I just didn't want to take the time to do it. I want to grind through this with some speed because the thing is, I'm not just grinding through this. You know, I'm going to go buy those boxes and trade in the boxes and get more diamonds back and keep the cycle going. So it's going to take a long time. That was way too late? Were you referring to a sticker? Or my guy trying to leap backwards? Because I ended up getting frozen and I never got to do the thing. Chaos Gremlin 420. Blaze it. Also, completely different note. One thing that I'm going to be doing here in the near future is I'm going to be just restructuring my whole streaming area. I just did it right before coming back. I just moved everything. And there's a part of the reason why I started doing music is because my furnace is on the other side of the wall. And it's been very loud because it's been very cold. And I have some soundproofing material that I need to put up, which is going to help. But if I rotate my desk, you won't hear the loud hum. And I don't want to have bad audio for you guys. I want to make good videos for you. That's my goal. Miranda loves the shirt. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I'll do a... I also have Savesu's account on my on my game now. I'm just collecting accounts, you know? All my friends are just like, here you go, bud. Do the thing. And that could end up being very useful. The thing that sucks is that the ultimate block to us testing all of the teams efficiently is not marriage for traits or getting the people to 15 stars or getting the mythics and companions, whatever. It's vigor. It's only vigor. At this point, it didn't used to be the case, but now anybody who has all of the champions that are available for me to be testing, they're on servers where everybody's got 100 vigor on everybody, and you can't just instantly swap it. They should have just made it so that one of the vigor transfer items let you transfer all of the vigor to another character. How hard would that have been? But instead they had to make it stupid, and it's still so difficult for you to be able to do. I get it. They didn't want it to be easy because then you wouldn't need to buy anything anymore to keep pumping vigor, whatever. But at least they could come out with a version of Arena where vigor doesn't count. Like once a month, just have a 1 week tournament where vigor is off the table. It doesn't mean anything anymore in here. And you can just do what you got to do and try all your stuff. Then, vigorously, for a week straight, we'd be testing every single team comp, doing everything that we could try, and having a whole lot more knowledge about the game. So why don't they just do that? What exists on your server? The vigor transfer? Well, yeah, I know they have vigor transfer items, but it's prohibitively expensive to the point where testing stuff using it is not viable. You have to just be like, okay, I have officially decided I want this to be transferred, but I don't want to delete my 15-star female Lionstone, and then you can kind of afford to do that. But you can't just bounce it back and forth. No Vigor Arena and No Vigor VOC seems interesting. Yeah, I think it could be really fun. I think it could be fun, and we'd all have a good time doing it, and we would all learn a lot by doing it, and you'd see massive changes to the meta, because the meta is so stuck in the ground the way it is because of vigor, because people can't afford to test stuff. They put somebody on their team that's 15 stars with no vigor, and they're like, oh, well, he didn't do very good. Correct. That's exactly right. He didn't do very good. How was he going to? That's like sending a third grader into Fight Club and being like, I don't know, man. I don't think that third grader's very good at fighting. Well, no kidding. No kidding, sir. I feel like we could have guessed that particular one. I mean, some people need vigor a little bit less than others, but everybody needs vigor. Everybody. Oh, we have 85 left. What did we buy? We bought 130 of them? We're getting close to being half done. Close, but no cigar. Somebody needs to hook me up with a team to talk about. This is why I don't do grindy stuff on stream, because it's not... I know the visuals are like, yeah, battles are happening, and that's neat, but there's not always that much to talk about when you're grinding this thing. It's like grinding campaign. You're just watching the fight happen. Magnus says, I usually test new champions as soon as you put traits on them. So usually around 10 to 15 vigor. Yeah, exactly. And it's impossible to get the fair comparison, unfortunately. Absolutely impossible. I just wish there was some way. Somehow, some way. Chaos Cavern says, the problem is vigor exponentially increases stats that are not evaluated into your might. Yeah, exactly. Well, I think they do calculate into your might. I'm not sure that you're correct that it doesn't. I think it does show up in might, but it might not be it might not come out the way that it needs to, you know? Might not be a fair representation. Miranda says, want to do the main team? What main team? What is your main team? Tell me who you got. Don't you dare say female Lionstone. The thing that I keep saying... Oh, it's Kai. I shouldn't kill Kai. I don't want to kill Kai. That would be rude. The thing I keep saying about female Lionstone, usually I talk about her in the context of you being the person who is attacking. And that's all good and well. Like, that's something we can see. But if you also think about it in the context of defending, especially in Valley of Conquerors and game modes where that's super important, you're going to watch her fail. If you were watching those combats happen, you'd watch her fail every single time. Every single time. Rebecca says, I broke my back in 2 places when I was little and had 2 spinal fusions and a disc removed. I am sorry to hear that. Chronic pain is a struggle. It is definitely a struggle. I can say that for certain. And so, not to get too serious on you, but for me, one of the hardest things about having chronic pain issues is that everybody around you doesn't know what your pain is like. And they also don't even consider the fact that you're spending a majority of your time and energy pretending that there's nothing wrong. You're trying to make it look like there's nothing wrong so that you're not making it everybody else's problem. And so it's not controlling everything that you're doing. You're trying to keep it under control. And so then, because you're doing that, everybody around you will say, well, it doesn't seem that bad. I think maybe you should be trying a little harder sometimes, you know? I think that you could probably do a little more. And then you feel bad, and that gets in your head, and you're like, well, maybe it is all in my head, and maybe it's not as bad as I think it is, and maybe I am just being a little bitch about it, and I need to try harder. And so then you say, you know, you go through the depression of that, and the guilt of that, of feeling like everybody's right, and you're just being a piece of shit. And then you decide, well, you know what, I'm going to make a change, and I'm going to try real hard. And then you go out, and you try real hard, and you do your best, and you do stuff that you know, you fucking already know is going to trigger the worst symptoms that you have, so that you can be like, oh, everything's fine now. I'm fine now. It was all in my head, and this is over now. And then all you do is you hurt yourself so bad, and you disappear from society for 2 weeks because you can't even deal with anything, and the pain gets so bad that you're just an irritable piece of shit that nobody wants to be around. But nobody sees that aftermath. Everybody sees that you tried harder and you did some stuff that you shouldn't have been doing. And then they're like, well, I just saw you do that the other day. What's the problem? And then it's just worse, and then it reinforces their vision that you're just a piece of shit and you're just deciding to be lazy and not do all this stuff. And it's just a circle that never ends. A circle that never ends. Part of the problem for me was that I was not fully diagnosed with my problem was actually going on for so long because I didn't have insurance and I couldn't afford an MRI or anything. And they literally turned me away. They just said, like, you can't afford this. We're not going to do it for you. So when I finally had insurance and everything was diagnosed and I had spinal surgery, you'd think that some of those people might come around and say, you know what? I guess I was wrong. There was a serious problem here and I did not take that seriously and I treated you badly for that. Not a single person ever said that to me. Not a single one. But that's fine. And those are the major problems with chronic pain. For me. It's a constant cycle of people judging you, and then you get gaslit into judging yourself, and then you get hit with the reality of, oh yeah, actually I just have a broken body, and it's not ever going to be better. So I know, I shouldn't be so depressing, but there's a lot of people in the chat that suffer from the same issues that I do. So maybe they'll understand where I'm coming from. Maybe they will. Brent says a testing dummy where you can put whatever stats level vigor you want on. Yeah, we talked about that, and we escalated that idea back when I was first creating content, and that got into several meetings that they had. and they decided there was no value for them in making that. So they're aware that everybody really wants it. They're aware that they could make a better game if they had it, and they decided that it is not worth their time and money to put it in the game. So that's unfortunate, and I don't expect it to change ever. But we do the best we can. At least if there was a fun event like the No Vigor PvP, I feel like we could get some... hey, look at that. A new subscriber. Who are you? Ghost Star. I can't get my head out of the way. No! No! I'm sorry. I ruined your alert. I tried. I tried it. Female Devala, Bloodstorm, Soulkeeper, the female Choir Discordant, and male Water and Sun. I gotta look at a couple of those. We'll take a little break from the massacre. And we'll go back to the old me. I'm on my bullshit again. We've all been there. Brent says it's sad people suffer because of the money-hungry healthcare system we have. True. Very true. Don't get me started on that because I could talk for a long time about that one. And it's the same way everywhere, unfortunately. They just all have different versions of it. In Canada now they're just like, well, we're not gonna fix you, but we could kill you? Is that better? And you're like, no, I came here because I want to live. What are you doing? Yeah, Australia's been doing some stuff that makes me not very supportive of your regime. Alright, this is long. I've read this before, but I don't remember it all. And now I can understand why, because I also don't remember every word on every page of the Harry Potter novels, which is about as long as this passive. When the battle starts, the caster summons an undead to fight alongside her. The undead shares the same stats with the caster, taking 50% less skill damage, and continuously attacks enemy champions in the back row. Gotta love that. Whenever an enemy is killed, the undead will permanently gain 30% more max constitution while keeping her current constitution percentage. If the caster takes a fatal attack, the undead will take the attack in her stead. Gotta love that. When the undead is killed, the caster gains invincibility and recovers 20% of their max constitution per second for 2 seconds. That's pretty strong. I like it. I like that. Snagga says, last time the people actually rioted against the government was the Rum Rebellion. It's been a while. It sure has been a while. Wailing Scythe quickly swings the scythe to attack nearby enemies 3 times, with each attack dealing damage equal to 150% of the caster's strength. For each enemy hit, the caster recovers 24% of lost constitution. That's pretty strong. The caster's summoned undead will cast the active skill in unison with her. Not too shabby. Orders the undead to attack nearby enemy champions, dealing damage equal to 550% of the caster's strength, reducing their energy recovery speed by 40% for 6 seconds. If the undead is killed, it will be revived with 80% of max health. Well, you know, I like her abilities, but I'm not sure that she's really helping with our main issue that's going to exist on your server for sure. In any team where you're not just trying to focus on killing that one stupid guy, I think she'd be really good, but I'm not sure that she's helping do that one thing very well. She seems like she's really strong. She doesn't have any strength at all, so even though these numbers are going to add up to quite a bit, this is actually 900% strength here. Because it's 450% strength, but also the other thing is doing it, and also they're both AoEs. That's pretty decent. Like, that could be a lot of damage, but with this strength, it's just not going to be as impressive as it should be. And with this one, reducing the energy recovery speed by 40% for 6 seconds sort of does help in dealing with the male Water and Sun, because you're sort of keeping him from continuing to do his ultimate. But I think there might be better options, and one of them we looked at with Giuseppe's team in the last stream, the female Tide Raiser. She also does a lot of healing to herself, Nice. Nice. Good form, Snagga. But then she also is doing crowd control stuff and pulling people in and like grouping people up for your team, which I think could be pretty decent. She also does not have very much strength, but she does also have decent scaling on her abilities. So I think she's providing a little more than the female choir, but I mean, you can get away with it. It's not the end of the world. It certainly isn't the end of the world, but I will say with the fact that you have the Bloodstorm has, I believe her active skill is a fan attack, right? And then she does her little dash attack. Female Devala, obviously her ult wants everybody to be grouped up. Male Soulkeeper has a 100% heal reduction in a small area around him, so you want everybody to be grouped up. And male Water and Sun just is always good no matter what. He's just always good, so it doesn't matter. But I feel like the female choir, like, she's good, but I feel like your whole team would be better if you were using this person right here to get the grouping up for your team. That's just one man's opinion. She's the one that keeps you alive long term because she's so hard to kill. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but also if everybody's grouped up so they're taking more AoE damage, then you won't need to stay alive as long. And she does do, this one does do decent healing for herself. So, I mean, maybe your team is better. I don't know everything about everything, but I feel like that will fit better in your team, for sure. That is this man's opinion on that situation. Actually, I wanted to look at Male Water and Sun's abilities just to have like the actual text and numbers closer to the top of my brain instead of just this guy real good. When an enemy is afflicted with control effects other than silenced and knockback, the caster gains 125 energy, and when the caster is inflicted with control other than knockback, they can become immune, which costs 150 energy. The immunity can be triggered once every 6 seconds. That's why having things that go through crowd control immunity can be really strong against him, but it's not the end of the world either way. Because this is good, but I don't think that it's so good that it's going to make him untouchable. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say how long this lasts. It says it can be triggered once every 6 seconds. It seems like it's blocking one stun, not like it activates and then for 5 seconds he's immune. It's just that it blocks the one. So if you can get him to spend 150 energy and also CC him, you're having a really great time there. Not everybody is capable of doing that, but there are some good options. Active skill grants brisk. I gotta get a sappy. Ooh, throat's getting a little dry. Grants brisk to 2 allied champions with the lowest HP, recovering their HP by a whole lot, and reducing their damage taken by 20% for 3 seconds. If cast upon the caster themselves, they get healing and become invincible for 3 seconds, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool, indeed. Snagga's on the on the wrong. You guys like the little Rage Panda 1 music? Little logo there? Little AI art? Alright, now for the big one. Channeling the spell for a short period consumes 125 energy per second to summon a roaring wave that ripples through the battlefield, restoring all allied champions' constitution by 300% of the caster's strength, and dealing damage to all enemies equal to 300% of the caster's strength. Sorry, for 5 seconds. For every 5 waves that hit, allied champions are healed by an additional 10% of their max constitution, and an enemy will be inflicted with the additional stunned effect for 2 seconds. So, you want to stop this 5 waves happening as much as possible. That stun's going to get real annoying. This heal's going to get really out of control, especially because it's constitution based. That could be very strong. Also, 125 energy per second, and then when an enemy is inflicted with when an enemy is inflicted with control effects other than silenced and knockback, the caster gains 125 energy. What's weird about these numbers is that they're the same number. So when I see people running Male Water and Sun and they're not doing a bunch of these control effects other than silenced and knockbacks, you know, like Frozen immobilized, stuns. If you don't have any of that on your team to help him keep getting energy, then you're not using him to his fullest potential, and he's the best character on your team, and you're trying to counter this guy, and in order to counter him, you have to have a bunch of stuns and stuff on your team. So there's absolutely no reason to be playing a bunch of characters that don't have the crowd control. That's why I keep saying that you really need to do the crowd control. You can't hear the music? Is it just too quiet? It's being quiet right now, but I'll skip ahead. Maybe there's a louder song. Can you still not hear it? This stuff's a little danker than my last selection for songs. They're getting a little heavy on us. A little bit of heavy. Snagga can hear the music. He feels it in his bones. Alright, so when the caster is inflicted with control other than knockback, they become immune, which costs 150 energy. This is another reason, even if all you're doing is taking away 150 energy, right? You're still stopping him from being able to do his ultimate so dang much. So that's why I keep saying, if you're gonna be fighting this guy, you gotta be running the stuns and the frozen and the immobilizes and all that good stuff. So there you go. Now, let's get back to pulling an Anakin Skywalker and going into the temple, fighting a bunch of younglings, because that's basically what I'm doing. You must just have it a little quieter, and I didn't want to blow people's eardrums with the music. I don't know, it's hard to find the balance, and the reason is because every sound system is different. When I make the videos, I have like a Bose speaker system that I use, and everything sounds better. And then if I listen on my headphones or on my TV upstairs, then I'll be like, okay, well, the music balance seems off now. Why is that? Largely, I think it can come down to the bass, because the Bose system just has really solid bass. So that might be all that is, but I don't know. It's difficult to get it right, and you can't even count on the graphs that you get for the actual audio profiles, because everything's different everywhere. I think that's why, if you listen to old music, their mixes of the old music are always way too high on the treble, and for me, I really don't like that. But that could just be that it sounds that way because the sound systems that we're listening on are considerably different than what they used to be, and they were just made for a different set of machinery. So it may have just sounded better back in the day. Not sure. Unfortunately, the old Waterloo is running out of the sauce for me. It's all over. Now I gotta switch to this beast. The old water bottle. My water bottle. I've got a water bottle. That I do. We're number 2 on the leaderboards now, and I'm sure we're gonna be going hard all day long. At some point I might get sick of doing the arena, and I might do my dungeon descent just to switch it up, because I do have to get that done today. I think I have to get it done today. Amir, hello. Hello and welcome back. Always good to see a familiar face. Lexadecimal said a long time ago, I just happened to get the female polar bear on a 1-shard pull. Don't think you'll be able to do the 300 for the guarantee in the mail. Is the female alone worth building? Yes, absolutely. If you're early game. So, what is the max level, Lexadecimal, of your... I love that name, by the way. I really like it. What is the average level of your team? Then I'll be able to give you a better... We'll fight Becker over here. I think I killed the same person quite a few times. And we're going to do this... let me click on my guy! It's fine. I'm not in a rage. I'm not in a rage. I'm deciding to have a good day. I am back to the Fisherman's Shenanigans. And I bought the $20 14-day login pack. And I'm going to do what I can do. $45 million in arena, then you're not going to be able to build her up enough for her to be worth it. If you can build her up enough for her to be equal to your other teammates, then yes, she would still be useful. But I might not do it if you're that far ahead right now. It's gonna be close, and she may not last you very long. Both spiders. I do love the spiders. I really want them. I want them, and I need them. Unfortunately, I think they were out on the server for a moment, and I just missed it. Or maybe they're coming soon, which would be great. But I'm in a tough spot because, again, I'm a content creator over here, and when the new guys come out, whatever the new clan is, I need to be able to summon the new clan. And will I be able to do that? I don't know. Maybe this Weaver program will give me enough in-game currency that I can just be a pay-to-win beast and not even worry about it, but who knows? Who knows? What is the star level of most of your team? That might be an even better indication. Because if you can match the star level +1, then she's probably fun to use for a while. If not, I don't know, man. This game takes enormous amounts of time, that is true. Like, getting a character set up, even if you got all of the summons and we're ignoring all the fact that you had to collect the stones and do all that stuff, just getting the character set up is like more than 1 hour of work. Usually just marrying on traits is like an hour for doing every single one of them, unless you have things pre-prepared. Oh, that Akuna did a lot of damage. What a strong boy. Look at that. Not even that high level. He just came out with a real banger. Most impressive. I wonder if this person vigored this guy up, and that's just the strat. Yorkie, hello, and welcome. Yeah, Lexi, I don't think that's going to be worth leveling her up at that point then. Unfortunate, but true. Very strong champion, but not realistic to be able to get her where she needs to be. The old 45 million teams. I remember using Neo Geo's 100 million team and thinking that was huge, and now they're even bigger than that. They get crazy. Absolutely crazy. So this person is high enough level that they could potentially kill us if we're not playing smart. These characters are higher level than any of mine. A big mistake here is that the female Lionstone has more levels than the actual DPS characters. Don't do that. Even if you are using her, don't do that. That's not helping you. So we'll try to freeze out the people here. They might end up doing a ton of work to us, but I'm feeling somewhat confident. Otherwise I wouldn't have clicked it. Because I ain't trying to lose. You see, you just freeze her out, and now she's ulting. For what? So you can get one Tidestorm ult that's like kind of strong? And unfortunately, that Tidestorm ult hit my female, and she was just way too strong. And even though it was boosted by the Lionstone, it didn't do any damage. So, yeah. That's how easy that can be. Amir, your A team is 12 million at the moment. That is also quite strong. Need more fodder to take everyone to 13 stars. Yeah, it gets so expensive around that area. That's one thing that I'm really worried about. But again, with the Weaver program, I'm hoping that they're gonna treat me well enough that I can handle all of the purchases that I would need. I don't know if it's better doing it that way. The thing is, I don't really care about money. Like, I can choose if I want Lithbucks or if I want to get Amazon gift cards for my troubles of making content and everything. And I just want to be able to make better content. Like, I don't care. What am I going to go buy myself a fancy mouse pad that's got an anime girl with boobs and stuff. Like, money doesn't really do anything for me. Yeah, gift cards. I think gift cards is a way that they are avoiding calling it, like, actually paying somebody for something. Because normally they can call that like a prize, right? Like they're giving us a prize. But if they were to pay me cash, they would have to send me, I think it's a 1099 afterwards, like YouTube does. And if they weren't going to do that, then I would have to act as a subcontractor, and I would have to send them an invoice for what they owe me, and then it gets really complicated. And also, probably they're doing it so that a lot of creators in a lot of areas, if they wanted, could just not pay taxes and call it good. If you go with the Lithbucks, you can literally not pay taxes, and it's not even illegal because you're not receiving money. They are Lithbucks. It ain't real. Dean, hello. You did the fishing shenanigans, but the relic packs sell out at 10 purchases? There are, and the reason I'm doing it still is because I'll show you. I'll show you. You're going to love this. You're about to be so happy. If we go into the Deep Sea Delve and we go into the shop and we look at the bottom, if I look at this one, all sold out, but at the regular price, there's 10 more, baby. There's 10 more right there. Hey, what about 40% off? That's right, they got their own set of 10 right there for you. So I'm going to do those. I'm going to get all of those. I'm going to get all of the diamonds I can from doing it. And then I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to get as many summoning stones as I can get, because I would really like to have the companion for my bears. And if I can get the companion, then I'm going to pump as much vigor as I possibly can into my male bear, because I know he's going to be around for a long time. I don't have to worry about whether or not I'm replacing him soon. And I'm just going to pump as much vigor as possible, and he will be doing more damage and be tankier than anybody on my team, including the male Akuna. And it's going to be a great way to stay in shape. We're also going to make a macro today to cover that fishing, because I'm using BlueStacks, which is an Android emulator for the PC. I'm happy that I could pass that on to you, Dean. To be fair, somebody in my chat gave me that info. That's not coming just from me. I don't want to take credit for all of the information, because I am not a man on an island over here. I'm just spreading the good word of the community. And you gotta love that. You may have made an arena one. An arena what? Macro? I thought about it, but I don't want to be killing Kai. And he's down here. If I was doing it, I would always be picking this guy. I don't want to do that. And then also, I have a little bit of potential to share some educational content with people by talking about the positioning that I'm doing. This is that same team where we're going to shut them down by going over there. Snagga, you monster. Absolutely monstrous. I can't believe you've done this. Would I be able to talk about or say I got... No, I don't have a video about runes yet. I have an old video about old equipment, and it is not currently accurate. It's close to accurate, but it's not currently accurate. What I've been doing... my male Akuna is super strong. He's going to continue to get stronger. I have 19 copies of him. He's going to be with me for quite a while. So what I've been doing is I've been investing a lot into getting him all the way to 10 stars. Or level 10 on all of this gear. And I'm going to continue investing into him first. In fact, I have more that I could be doing now. But what I plan on doing is keeping his weapon above average, so he's doing a bunch of extra damage. And then I'm going to do the same thing with my male Bjorn Krieger, who's also doing a bunch of extra damage. I've been kind of slow rolling doing these upgrades, because I also have been trying to do all of these little quests in the corner. And actually, I want to know, does everybody actually do these? I get so burnt out on clicking through this stuff, man. I'm so far behind. I think I got to like 1,400 on my main account over the course of 6 months or whatever I was playing. And I just couldn't do it anymore. I just couldn't do it. I should be still doing it. I should be keeping up on them. I've just had more interesting things to do. Now, what I see a lot of people do in these districts is they fall for the trick of the red dot. Don't do that. I need to level this one up to 10 first, and then I can work on that one. So that's why that's a red dot, and I'm just letting it be a red dot. That's how we roll around here. It's more efficient. Because what we really want is to be able to put more people assigned into the districts. That's what's going to get us somewhere. Why do I have a red dot here? Why are they red dotting me? Do I got some of these? No. Is it this? No. Wow. What a scam, bro. What a scam, bro. They don't even tell you how much it's going to cost. They try to trick you into starting in on this. They don't even tell you how much it's going to cost. What are you doing? That's some hibbity horse shit right there. If you ask me. Alright, I missed a bunch of messages now. Alright, we're done. We're done being halfway through this. And we're a little bit farther than that. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Ah, yeah, Amir is the one who showed me that yesterday. That's right. I don't know if you typed that before or after I said that I didn't find it, but I'm glad I said I didn't find it. I'm glad that I didn't take credit. Not that I would, but imagine if I got outed right away. Abid, hello? You're not getting any meat from the arena? You're probably on an older server. So I would not... you should do all of the arenas that you have access to anyway. Because it's still good for getting meat. But then you're going to, instead of buying the meat... or instead of buying the arena tickets, you're going to buy the meat directly from the fishing area. It's still cheaper. It's still better rewards than anything you're going to spend your diamonds on around here. And I would definitely recommend doing it that way. That is the trick. So you still get benefit from this event. It's just a little less efficient than what I am getting. But even at the rate that you're getting it, it's more efficient than basically any other event that they've ever come out with. So it's nothing to be upset about, that's for sure. Wild Ace Cat, bottom quest is at 2132. Proud of you. Crushing it over there. I need to just like put on a TV show and do the thing. But my laziness gets to me. It does. I love this team, by the way. I'm super happy with this team. It does. It's good in every event, too. And if I just had the male water and sun, man, I'd be loving life. Absolutely loving life. But I don't. It's not possible. This guy here, let's see if I can actually get my ult off. Probably not. The male Akuna is just ulting so fast that I get iced. How dare they kill my Aeson like that? That was my male Aeson. He was my brother. Snagga says hasn't even seen an arena one yet. Oh, you haven't seen me in arena yet. I don't think I've seen you in arena either. I'll fight you. If that's what you really want, is for me to fight you on stream, I'll do it. Rebecca Allen says, been grinding this game for 561 days straight. Done so much work on the account. Well, I wish you could join my server as well. I can understand not wanting to play 2 accounts, and I can also understand not wanting to abandon your original account. You must be on a very early server. I wish that I would have stayed playing the whole time, but I think that the perspective I've gained from my break is going to help with my longevity. I appreciate everything a lot more now. So, it sucks that I was gone and that I missed so much. But we're here now. We're here and we're having a good time. Man, I got the chapped lips too. It's so dry down here. Also, the water comes out of that stupid jug so slow, it brings a rage into my heart. And I know that's not a normal thing to be mad at, but I am. I don't think I fought this guy yet. Let's see what we can do. He's pretty close to me. Maybe I fought this guy once. He's got a lot of strong attacks coming my way for me having a couple of very slight people. Again, I'm going to go over here like this because I want my anti-heal to be going on the Devala. Hopefully I can draw in the Lionstone this way to get the freeze, but even if she goes down the other way, she should still catch a freeze anyway. And if that happens, I think we'll be alright. Kind of a risk. I really shouldn't bother doing what I'm doing. We got her on ice. We're good. We should be good. Oh no, I froze the other ones too. We're not good. Oh, we're good. We're super good. Got him. Giuseppe says, hey Rage, you sent on Discord a video of your first fight with Bear and a comparison with the female Lionstone. Well, I will definitely check that out, but I am not going to check that out right now. Are you... Oh, hey, wait. It's a Rage Snagga. Wow, you're even stronger than I am now. What the heck? Alright, so the problem here is that you must have a lot of vigor. That's what you went and did. He's got a lot of vigor on his characters, and that's going to be a problem. What's even worse is he probably has a lot of vigor on one of his characters, rather than having it on a lot of them. If I were Snagga, I would not put it on the female Devala, I would put it on the male Akuna. Because of that, I need to keep this guy over here, so that I can actually freeze his butt out, and then keep him from auto-killing my whole team. And I think if I can get one big ultimate from the male Akuna, I win. I'm risking this just for you. If you beat me, I'm going to be embarrassed and sad. I can't believe you would do this to me in front of all of my friends. Ow. Got one back for you. Come on, baby. Oh, yeah. Get them all in this spin. Alright, make sure you're healing your bear friend there. We need it. Gotcha, bitch! I got you, bitch! That was close, though. That was way closer than I wanted it to be. Good fight. Good fight. Strong vigor. Not happy to see it. Like I said, the male Akuna was the real problem there. But male Akuna always is. He always is. I think that was worth it. I don't think I'm going to take that gamble more times, though. Yeah, that was a great fight. But it just goes to show I need to get some vigor done on mine. I don't want to do it until I know that I'm going to be able to take my characters high enough that they're going to be with me for a long, long, long time. And maybe I'm to that point already, but we'll see by the end of the day after I do my summons. Then I'll make my choices. Then I will make my choices. Chaos Cavern says, fight me. Are you the Chaos Goblin? Is that who you are? If so, I think I already did fight you. 4, 6, 6, 7, 10 is what your vigor is at? Is that really it? It's got to be more than that. Otherwise, because I'm pretty sure I have that on mine too. So I don't understand where all your extra power is coming from. I don't get it. She seems to make your team work better, but the energy recovery is too slow, and sometimes the fight finished and she hasn't activated her ult yet. That's interesting. I have noticed that it's a bit slow for her, and I'm not super sure why it's like that. Not totally sure. The guild is Rage Eternal. If you really need to look at it, you can look at it. Here we are. Here is the ID 41QW. That is us. I should do one of these. Ooh. I can press this button over here and just skip you. I can just skip you, buddy. But I'm not. I'm not going to do it to you. That wouldn't be very friendly. Oops. Wrong thing. Jeez, how big is this guy who's in first? Kai, I don't want to have to kill you. I don't want to do it to you. I will keep switching this, though. You can't be too careful. I know we will. I know we will, Brent, but I appreciate you. Welcome. Welcome to the guild, and anybody else that is tuning in and watching. I need more people in Rage Eternal. Server 1578. Come and be with us. Guild Conquest starts in like 10 days or something. We're gonna try it out. If we don't have the people and we can't go that hard, we'll wait and just try it again later, but hopefully we've got the people. Snagga, I'm going to ask you to be on top of the writing the guild information. It would be nice to have it sitting there in the chats. I keep killing this guy and I feel bad. It's not nice. It's not pleasant. But it's one of those dog worlds. Don't you ever get annoyed when people say dog worlds? I do. Sometimes I take it for granted. Man, that water jug sucks. Thank you, Snagga. Appreciate you, buddy. Man, I like this music. To be fair, I didn't listen through all of it to just like, I don't know. It's copyright free. I can have it in there and I don't get any trouble. I don't get to pay anybody any money. It lasts a long time. There's no ads. I'm like, this checks all the boxes. This music sounds alright. But now as it goes on, I don't know. It's working out for me. Sometimes I'm in a more chill vibe. This is a little more upbeat, but I'm good with that. Oh, Chaos Gremlin, is this you? Chaos Cavern? Is this you, my friend? Because I'm going to fight you. You said to fight you, and I'm doing it. I might have to take your butt. It's the way that we do. Oh, no. This really wasn't a fair fight. Well, I wish that you could switch your account over, but you can't. You have to start a new one. That's not you? Wrong Chaos, huh? Well, dang. Which one are you? Man, this really feels bad, but I'm doing it. I don't care. Are you even in this server? My dude? My man? I feel lucky that I'm still getting all this meat and we're also in the arena event. What a great time. I really wish that I didn't come back 3 months ago and then play for 2 weeks and not play anymore and I wasted my returning player thing. It feels real bad. Oh yeah. The old Chaos Tech. Well, I have not seen you on here at all. You must be too big for me. Oh, if I had all those diamonds for the returning player thing, I'd be massive right now. Absolutely massive. You're in the guild called Rage Eternal. Well, that's me. What's a first, Snagga? What happened? Tell me. Tell us all. Give us the info. Bro, 38 more. We can do it. Too big for me? Well, I don't know. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him on here. How would I ever know? The nice thing with positioning on this team is that it's basically just switch both things or don't switch both things. Very simple. Anyone can do it. I'm excited to see the female's damage. She just got a good ult there. She got a really good ult there. Look at her. She's a beast. A beast. You gotta love it. I do feel like the damage that the male is doing compared to the female doesn't make sense based on their numbers. Because in situations like that, it's just like, I don't know why that would be. Oh, hey, here he is. Let me look at your squad. I'll decide if I'm willing to take the loss. Because it probably will be. You're just going to get an ult off and then my whole team dies. Is what happens there. My throat does hurt, actually. It is. You've only been on the other server for a week? Well, then that's not much of a loss, and we'd love to have you switch. Alright. Shall I just go for it, team? I think I'm going to just go for it. And all that's going to happen, unfortunately, is I'm going to take a big ult here. He's got the male's ace and the male ASN, and the Akuna is placed properly, so he's going to get all the buffs. He doesn't have any frontliners, which doesn't help him. And if I could freeze him out long enough, I might actually win. But that ult goes off and I die. So, here we go. Can't believe I'm giving up my rewards for this little tiny battle here. We got the stun. Alright, my male Akuna needs to do his job. Do your best, team. Yeah, it's too much. Too much of a power gap. As we expected. Hello, Kartik, and welcome. Leveled up champions and now matched with all the top players. That is always the gamble with Valley of Conquerors, unfortunately. It can be a little bit of a problem. I keep getting second place, and then I'm ranking like 4th. But Savesu, hello, buddy. Welcome. Welcome, how are ya? Alright. I hope you're happy I did the thing. I knew I was going to be wasting one. And I wasted it for you. But that just goes to show you in this game. Now, Chaos, I don't want to be talking bad about anybody here. But that team is not ideal. Having 0 frontliners is not the way to go. That is not the way to go at all. I do like having the male's ace and the male Akuna. And I do like having the male ASN. Other than that, I would get some frontliners on your team. Like, as soon as possible. Now you've got to go fight Chaos. I wish you luck. You're even lower, though. Like, your health numbers are not even close. And I don't imagine that there's going to be a world where you get out of those ultimates. All he has to do is get one of them off, and then the game is over. No, that's not true, Chaos. It's not the best you had. It's so easy to get anything that can stand and be a frontliner. I don't think that's... maybe I'm wrong. Maybe having the squishy dudes is fine. But I feel like it's not a good call. Superheroes says, Rage, can you show me how to redeem the rare drinks and get the diamonds? Don't want to waste your redeem? Sure, I can do that. Now, keep in mind that this is not an absolutely guaranteed thing. You're going to click on your deep sea delve, and you're going to go up here to the fishing shop. This middle top row red box is what you want. It is called the Conquest Relic Supply Selection Pack. So you're going to buy as many of those as you can buy, and at the bottom here you can see you can buy the ones for the regular price, the 10% off, and also the 40% off if you've made it that far. Then you go all the way back here to the Conquest of Sakad, into the tavern. on the bottom, you slide over to this other one, and you can see the currency down here that it wants you to be using right now. And you want to make sure that you get this right. I think everybody needs the bone right now. I haven't heard anybody who didn't need the bone right now, but just to be safe, make sure you check so you don't pick the wrong thing from your box. Then you go back into your bag, grab the thing from your box, and you claim it inside that tavern. So we're going to be doing a lot of that in just a moment. After we do like 30 arenas or whatever we have left. We got quite a bit. I'm glad that I'm streaming it. At least I have something to talk about and think about while it's going on. Superhero, glad I could help you. And thanks for popping into the stream. Always happy to answer questions. K, I don't know how you got the YouTube name K, a single letter. That's amazing. And thank you for telling me that you're a big fan. I appreciate that. It does mean a lot to me. Because I need constant affirmation, unfortunately. I must not have got enough hugs as a kid or something. Server 308 is on the Dragon Horn, so it is a good idea to check. Thank you, Wildcat. Wild Ace Cat. Sorry. Gotta get it right in there. The box stuff. You guys is funny. Hey, Snagga, I know I'm not doing a rant right now, but does the rant sticker, is it still there? Oh, yeah. It's too bad you can't quite see that. I'm going to have to redo my layout. Now that we've decided that we like landscape better as a group, we're going to have to figure that out. Speaking of as a group, part of the Weaver program, the reason they call it the Weaver program is because they want us to be doing collaborations, which I'm not going to ever force because that's not how I make my content. But as you know, or as some of you know, I am an artist, and part of the Weavers program are people who do art, including fan art. Man, I'm always in the way. There it is. Don't forget to subscribe. Help me hit my metric goals. So I have an idea for a video where one of the artists and I will draw line work for each other. Then we will trade images and render each other's drawings. And then we can, you know, talk about the game, see what they like, maybe talk about the art of the game and what we like about that. I hope that my heater doesn't get loud for you guys, but it's cold in here. I gotta turn that on for a second. I won't leave it on that long, but have I played Elden Ring? Yes, I love games like that. I actually thought about streaming Elden Ring when I was not playing this, and we just never got around to it. But yeah, I'm an Elden Ring fan. So what my point was, I was thinking it might be fun if we did some prompts from the chats, from the viewers, of what sort of Bloodline related thing we should draw. Not hentai. I'm just gonna cut that one off right before you even say it. I'm sure 40 hands were typing it, even though there's I don't know how many people are watching. I don't keep track of those metrics anymore, but I knew it, Snagga. I knew it. He couldn't help himself. But if you have a suggestion or something you might like to see, then put it in the Discord in the video ideas section. If you're not in the Discord, then the link for that is in the description of this stream. Brent P says message deleted. Nice. Nice, Snagga. Maybe I should make all the sound alerts only cost 1. And then I'll just have to trust you not to spam them. Because otherwise, unless I start doing multi-streaming, which maybe, I don't know if some of you might like that, but the problem with it is that you can't always see everybody's chats unless I have them in above my head over here. That might be hard to keep up with in that format, so I could potentially do multi-streaming on here and on Twitch. Up to you guys. The other problem is that on Twitch they have not quite a forced ads thing, but I pretty much have to run ads on the stream. On this one, I turn it off because, like I said, I'm really not motivated by money. I just like hanging out with you guys, making content, and feel like I'm providing something to my community. So I don't turn on the ads on this stream until after, because otherwise the ads interrupt the live part, and that's the whole point, is that it's live. But after it's just a recording, then I don't mind. It's like, oh yeah, there's a commercial break, whatever. At least now I can go crank a piss while I'm in between ads or whatever, so it doesn't really matter. Draw my favorite champion in a fishing boat. That's not too bad. That's not a bad idea at all. Who's my favorite? Male Aeson? Male Aeson in the fishing boat? Raising all of the fish with his magical powers? That could be fun. I don't know how complicated we plan on having it. I've had one of the artists say that they are interested in doing it, and I have sent the DM to explain my plan in a little greater detail. I'm also interested in their feedback on the situation, because I don't want to just be like, hey, you're doing the thing I said now. That's not how I like to make my content. I can't imagine it's how they like to make theirs. So the plan might change a little bit based on the discussion I have with that person, but Snagga, you have so many points. I should just be farming you. But I'm not going to, because that would be rude. That would be rude. Rebecca says, I plan to build both the bears and pump them up to at least 50 vigor. Heck yeah. You want to test things on the account? I might do that. I might just do that. I am fairly confident that this team, particularly with the male Water and Sun instead of the male Aeson, would be very strong. I am also considering the fact that the female Akuna could be replaced, potentially, in the team lineup with somebody else. I'm just not sure who that somebody else would be that I might like more. Her shields add to the sustain of the team quite a bit, but maybe having some more crowd control still would be good. Even though there's a lot of it on the team, it might still be worth it to have even more. You can never have too much. Jordan switched out the female Akuna. I think she's providing value, but a lot of it's not. You're not seeing it on the damage meter all the time. I also have stopped pumping up my male Aeson at all because he's only epic, and I plan on replacing him anyway. I do think that, interestingly, I think that it's possible that female Tidestorm could be really good, but I also don't have access to the newer stuff that would maybe be even better. A spider would be pretty sweet. That's for sure. You think the Fulgurs or Thunderlords would get more fish? That's true. That is true, and also a good point. For sure. Chaos, you can't brag too much. You just have more power. Did you have the returning player bonus? Or are you just that good at the game? He might just be that good at the game. I did not have the returning player bonus. And I'm, right now I'm just kind of stuck on gold, is what I really need. I could ascend my dudes a little more. I could pump vigor. I could do all of the stuff. But I haven't quite needed to, and I'm low on gold right now, and I'm not going to pay extra for it. No, he's just that good, ladies and gentlemen. He's just that darn good. Or did you pay a lot of money? I have $20 worth of value that I have put into my team already. Mostly just in summoning, and I pretty much wasted it just blasting out summons for way too much. So I didn't get the best value off of that. Different account entirely, you play with 2 phones? I mean, that's one way to do it, my man. That is one way to do it. Yeah, Miranda, we're getting there. We're getting it done. Rebecca says you usually stop at 50 vigor because it's a good place to test power. True. It's pretty expensive even to get there, but it does allow for a cheaper transfer with the items. You right. The female dwarf, you never see that. I'm glad that they picked that. Snagga says 4 accounts at the same time on BlueStacks. I don't know, man. I like the game, but I'm not sure if I would want to keep up with all of that. That's a bit of a hassle. It sounds like a bit of a hassle. All the red dots every single day. Doing all of the expeditions. Doing 16 expeditions. I don't know, man. One in each hand for Brent. Yeah, man, that's too much. Y'all play too much. I don't know how many of these we got left, but it's a lot. I'm tempted to just buy the fish or buy the meat for the diamonds. Just because the arena is just so long. They should have buffed older pet champs to match the new pet champs. Yeah, they just needed to fix them, and then they would have been good. Like, the theory of the Huntsdorfs are actually pretty decent. But, once again, it's like they made all of that stuff and they weren't sure what the game was going to be, and then they changed a bunch of stuff, and the pets just ended up being broken, and they're like, well, I guess they have 1 hit point. Whatever. We will not change that. No need to change anything. I think they should have changed it, but that's just one man's opinion. At least we can skip battles now, true. I don't like skipping it. The way that it skips, like in Dungeon Descent, usually it's barely shorter to skip it than to just do the stupid battle. And it, like, stops and waits a second, and it's just, like, jarring, and I don't like it, so I just watch the battle anyway. I don't know. That's just me. That's just how I happen to roll on that particular situation. God, I am getting the sore throat again. I don't know what it is. I was sick for so long, which is what stopped me. Like, I came back to the game, and then I got a really bad sore throat, and I was coughing and everything. Couldn't hardly talk, so I wasn't making videos for a couple weeks. But I think my voice might just be stressed now because I've been streaming a lot and making a lot of videos, so that's probably all that is. Lexadecimal says, one hard thing I struggle with is how much time Dungeon Descent takes. Is it just me? Well, you know, I feel like I have felt that way in the past, but now I just do it, and I'm like watching shows with the wife, and I don't really need to pay too much attention to the Dungeon Descent. So I feel like I'm not really losing time. It is... I could see how it would be hard if it's difficult for you to split your attention like that. And there are times where I might miss a thing or two of the show. But I've also been streaming some of my Dungeon Descents, and then that makes it more fun too. And maybe, if you don't like doing your Dungeon Descents, maybe it would be good if I always stream them, and then we can all just get together and have a party of it. Everybody play the game together, you know? That could be cool. I believe that could be fun. Nathan says, do you remember the 5th Askavarg F. Galbar Spider Water and Sun? You didn't write it down. Askavarg Galabar Spider Water and Sun. So obviously you're fighting against Water and Suns. Galabar has decent stuns. You mean male spider? Everybody always talks about the male spider, so I'm assuming. I am just assuming. You don't need another frontliner. What you need is another DPS person. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember, but I can say that the male Akuna would be pretty good on that team because it's so much healing. Like, oh my god. Male Aeson would be really good. Yeah, for sure. Male Asin would be strong on that team. I would like to see more crowd control. Something with damage and crowd control. Anti-heal is pretty necessary in that team. I feel like Male Akuna would be the thing I would say right now. I don't know what I said before, but that's what I would say right now. And that, if you guys saw my my rant in my last stream where I was talking about how when content creators are saying stuff, you shouldn't, like, don't listen to me. Don't expect that I'm going to have the same opinion in a week or 2 weeks or whatever. Don't treat anything I say as gospel, because I'm constantly learning from you guys all the time. I'm learning from my new experiences all the time. I might be wrong about some of this stuff. Everybody's wrong about stuff sometimes. So I think there's a culture in the internet society right now where people look at a content creator and think that they might know more than you do, or they might have a more valid opinion than you do, and that's not true. Like, I get to the point of having decent opinions about stuff because I talk to you guys, and because you teach me stuff just like I teach you stuff. So it's a give and take situation, and just don't listen to me as if I'm telling you the gospel, because it ain't the way. None of us are capable of doing that. Any content creator, I'm telling you this, any content creator that says, I'm the best, I have all the knowledge, only listen to me, I know everything there is to know, they're full of shit, and don't watch them anymore. Don't do it. I'm not saying there's any of those in our community. I don't know. I actually don't watch the other content creators because I don't want to steal their content. But if anybody, for any reason in any video on any topic, is sounding like that to you, stop listening to them immediately, because they're full of shit. And that's why I hate tier lists. That's why I hate tier lists. You get some people, they're like, they make 5 tier lists over the course of 6 weeks, and you're like, how could they be different? Nothing has changed. Why is it different? Why should I believe the 5th one after the first one must have been so wrong? I know. I rant about stuff that doesn't matter. That's who I am as a person. I just don't want to lead somebody astray and be wrong about something and then have them be brokenhearted. I want people to be aware that I am only a human and I'm capable of being wrong. That's all. Alright, did I miss anything in chat? Sometimes I just black out and start talking. 8 more and then we get to go fish. Then we'll be able to have some real chats, because the fishing will just do itself. Giggity. I'm a child, sorry. It sounds worth it still doing Dungeon Descent? Yeah, Dungeon Descent's always worth it. Always worth it. And, you know, if you miss one, or like you're just too busy, it's fine. Don't stress out about it. But if you can manage to get in there and get the rewards, they're good rewards, and you should definitely do it. They are definitely strong rewards, and you might get really good deals on intimacy items. Everybody likes that. At higher vigor levels, some champs are way better or fall short compared to low vigor. I think that comes down to stuff like the percentages on their abilities, like the scaling of the abilities. Like the female Bjorn Krieger right now, she has really good scaling on her ult, but I don't have her built up to be the strongest, most damaging person that ever existed, and she doesn't have any vigor really to speak of, so she doesn't show up as hard on the leaderboard. I also have not been able to do the agile and focus build. There's a reason I said I want her to have Speedy Boy, and it's because her ult is her best thing, and she gets her ult slowly. But if she had that plus some vigor, I think that she's going to be really, really hurting some people. Especially if you have her on a team where everybody's pulling stuff in. That would be fantastic. Amir said, you figured Emakuna and Emaho do wonders together? That's probably true. That is likely to be true. I like Emaho. Both hoes are decent, but I think people overvalue the F hoe. What's so weird to me, okay, if you're doing this, stop it now. If you are running F hoe and you don't have strong heals on your team, why are you running her? What's the point? The whole point of her is to have her mitigate, well, she tries to cancel somebody from ulting. That's pretty decent in certain situations, but she's trying to mitigate the damage that is still going to come through so that you can efficiently heal it before it all comes through. Otherwise, her ultimate is just a slow wipe of your butthole instead of a long one. Or a fast one, I should say. So, you know, figure it out. That's what I always say. Neon Safe, hello. How you doing? Pleasure to have you in here. I do have the beard going hard right now. I grew a beard. Well, if you go back to... Hold on. I've got something for this. I've got something for this. I do. I'm going to find it. And it's not going to take long, I promise. I promise it's going to be so quick and it's worth it. Is it worth it? Let me work it. Okay. Show me the thumbnail. Let me zoom in on the thumbnail. No, don't start playing you dumb... I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. It just won't let me look at it. The consequences will never be the same. I just can't get it to work. Alright. We'll just go with this. Let me get the, this thing. You can see in the thumbnail for the stream that I did on what day? What day did I do the stream? I don't even know where to look to see it. But it was 2 or 3 months ago. So this is 2 or 3 months of growth. Compared to in this stream, I had shaved probably 2 weeks before that stream. I just have a beard that likes to grow. It grows fast and it grows hard. And that's what she said. Welcome back indeed. That's right. Everybody show some respect to Neon, fellow creator. Fantastic people. I say people because I never know which one of them I'm talking to. Yeah! I'll rave about him. Yeah. Neon, are you still part of the content creator programs? Have you looked into the Weaver program at all? For the old Bloodline? Much respect, indeed. Make that the tagline, the slow wipe. Yeah. I don't know, some people... That's why I don't want people to just listen to content creators and not use their brains. That's why my style is completely different. I don't want to tell you how to play. I want to tell you how to make decisions so that you know what you're doing and that will help you to play. Does that make sense? It's slightly different. Neon says, unfortunately, yes. Have you joined the newer version, the Weaver program? I don't know if I don't know how they're doing that, but it seems more structured than it was before, and I feel like it could be all right. Could be all right. But if you are part of the Weaver program, then we get incentives for doing collaborations. I think they prefer that they're between the 3 different genres, but it is what it is. We did a couple of sessions of playing that old, what was it, Adventure Quest? Is that the name? I just deleted that off my Discord today because I realized that it was sitting there for no reason. all the old Adventure Quest stuff. We had a good time with it, though. That we did. Yeah, now we're going to teach a man to fish. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to teach a computer to fish. Missing 2 of these, by the way. Thanks, Chaos Tech, if that is your real name. Alright. I am currently making a macro. And my macro is this. It's called the click macro. And I want to do a few of them because there's always the stopping of the macro. Alright. I want it to stop recording. Oh no. I feel like I'm going to have to trim that because I couldn't see my button. My camera is hanging over my screen right now a little bit. I couldn't see the button to stop the recording. Unfortunate. Let's try that. Let's just try executing it and see how it works. Nathan used to love playing Adventure Quest. It's a good one. It is a good one. Oh, you're unhappy because of a disagreement. You'll have to give me all the details at a later date. Alright, infinitely repeat that until stopped. And then I'll just increase the playback time a little bit. We'll save that, and we'll get her going. Look at that thing speed clicking. Gonna break my computer with that. But now I don't have to do anything. Look, Mom, no hands. Brent says 57 bear parts at 305 pulls, and now you're broke. Well, I, sir, have 301 pulls, I think, and I only have 44 parts. So I'm not telling you to F yourself. I'm just saying I'm happy for you, and that it's great that you had better luck than me. And I'm not mad about it at all. And I'm not coming for you. I'm not coming for you. Okay? I promise. We're all friends here. Yes, Neon is a fantastic content creator. I kind of miss the old Adventure Quest too. I don't know. I don't even know how we stopped. Like, you know, people were really excited about it for a month or whatever, and then you get that one weekend or something where everybody's busy and just nobody shows back up. I feel like it was kind of went like that, but I don't know. Ah, delicious. Fantastic.
Crikey, thanks for following, mate.
Hey, crikey, thanks for following, mate. You got to see the Snagga gif. I appreciate you. Now you'll know when I start going on Twitch and doing the dual stream. Look at that. We also got a little subscriber. Mike Pock, thank you, if you're here. Hey, there you are. 450 summons to get the companion. That's about what I'm on track for. I don't know if I'm going to make it, but I'm going to try, because I really want to keep those guys around. Feel like they're really good. Brent quit Hero Wars around the time they brought out the dragon things. I don't know if I've played Hero Wars. I don't know if I've done that. Can this macro run while I'm not in the program? Snagga? Is that a thing that happens? I've never tried it before. Nathan can't stand Diablo. Oh, was that what happened? Oh, yeah. The old Diablo. Man, that game was a little disappointing. I've heard they're still trying to save it, but... ugh. I enjoyed playing the hardcore, and the problem... I really like playing hardcore on Diablo 3, but on Diablo 4, they're just like, what if we don't respect people's time at all? What if we just make it so you die to dumb stuff, like a random disconnect? And we'll make the game always online for no reason. Let's do that too, so then there's stability issues. Hey, let's make hardcore, and then let's also make world bosses that can instantly kill you for no reason. Have fun! Good luck. Hey, let's put a zone that's PvP only. And then also, but if you die there on your hardcore character's gone forever. Okay, that's fun. Oh, by the way, it takes like 80 hours to get your hardcore character all the way leveled up, but there's no quick catch-up mechanics. Also, we're going to make the Butcher show up in just random dungeons. You won't expect it. It'll just show up, and then you're lucky if you can leave. But he'll probably eat your ass before you get out. So good luck. Thanks for respecting my time, game. So that was annoying enough. And then you play the normal mode, and it's not even that fun doing all the endgame stuff. I'd rather grind greater rifts and try to see how high I can take it. It was okay, and the dungeons were kind of like doing greater rifts anyway, but it just didn't have the magic, and I was mad about all the hardcore stuff, because I prefer hardcore. I preferred it. I did beat the Butcher on hardcore, and that was fun. But then other times, like, even on that time, actually, even when I was beating the Butcher, I lost a friend. My friend died. It's like, okay, well, you're gonna put in that 6 hours to catch back up? That'd be nice if you did that. And they're like, no. Why would I play this ever again? And it's so easy. They already had a system where, I get it. You're gonna die, you're gonna lose your character, and that's fine. But if I've already made it past the beating the game, and I'm pretty deep into the end game content, you should start letting me unlock things that are gonna let me get back faster. It's pretty easy. Everybody should know that, but they didn't know that somehow. And then it was bad. You're not hardcore unless you live hardcore. That's right. Nathan says we're the slow wipe bros. I tell you what. I do see everybody using FHO. So somebody somewhere said FHO is the best and you have to use her. And unfortunately, she's not as good as people think. It's just not as good. And if they were trying to use her for countering male Water and Sun, that's the impression that I get, is that was the purpose. And correct me if I'm wrong. If you've been watching and you know what the discussions have been, let me know. But the thing is, like, she stops somebody from doing an ultimate with her active skill, but she doesn't stop somebody who's already doing their ultimate. Right? So if he's already doing his ultimate, does she still counter it? Even if she does, it's not really that good anyway, because he's draining his energy instead of gaining his energy. So the odds that his team have more energy than he does are pretty high. The odds that that's going to time out to hit the actual guy you want it to hit, you would much rather have an AoE stun in that slot. You have so much better odds of actually stopping him. That's just my 2 cents on the issue. But that's what I think. Nathan says it's the new arena challenge that led to the movement of FHO. With the new characters coming out and team building, people are moving away from her. I think it's time to move away from her. I think that she's a good counter to female Lionstone, but you don't even need to dedicate all of that. The reason that she's good is because her active skill stops the female Lionstone from being successful, which is great. Not that hard to do, as we've talked about. But even if you miss it, and even if she starts to like do a good job, and you take a big ult, well then her ultimate stops you from instantly dying to that, and you can stabilize. So she counters female Lionstone, and that's great. But that's not who you need to counter. That's what I believe. What I really want to do here is get the 40% off deals and get all of those as soon as possible. We're not going to make it this time, unfortunately. Chaos Cavern says FHO buffs backline, so it buffs Phoenix and M Water. I mean, that's not enough. I don't think that's enough. They also say female Elzadeth is trash. Yeah, everybody says that. A lot of the older champions get a little bit outclassed these days, but definitely not trash. But they always said that female Elizabeth was trash. She got better. I seem to recall she reduces the enemy attack speed. It's been a while since I've read all her stuff. Like, literally a year. But I seem to recall that she affects enemy attack speed. And she was not as good because attack speed was broken and you couldn't increase or decrease it. But they fixed that, and then she instantly became fantastic because she brought decent damage, a ton of CC, and reducing attack speed, which makes people ult not as fast. So I'm pretty sure that's what I recall about that situation. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Giuseppe says, you're right, Rage. I think she's a good champion, but if you have a team with good strategies... Yeah. I think she's just simply to counter people. And unfortunately, she's countering the wrong people right now. Because all you need to counter is Male Water and Sun. Everybody's team is just, I made Male Water and Sun good, and now I win. And you're just trying to stop that from being the case. And if you do stop that from being the case, you have won. Good job. You did the thing. A lot of times, also, I talk about things as if we're on an even playing field, and we never are. Like with Chaos Tech, that team that he's running, no offense, again, but running 0 frontliners is not good. But when you're so much higher than everybody else, by like 50% of their team, or more, you're still going to win. And in the late game, you might look like you're both 15-star, but one of you might have a crazy amount of vigor, and they just get to win because of that. And then they're going to think, well, my team must be amazing because I win. When really it's just like, yeah, you just have an actually physically stronger champions, not a better team synergy in general. But if everything was even and everybody had the same, then that's when the abilities come into play a little more. And that being said, team synergy can trump that to a certain degree, and you can beat teams that are way higher than you if you get it just right, but there's a limit. Neon agrees about FHO. Thank you. I do, it's just... Also, I see people running her... They'll tell me their team, and they're running FHO, but they don't have strong heals. And I feel like they're just missing why she's supposed to be useful. And that's why I have the style that I have of trying to explain the nuance and subtleties of why things are good or bad. That's just, I want to understand, like that. Maybe that's really where I got my disdain for tier lists, is that I just want to understand. Like, you just tell me a thing is good, and that doesn't tell me anything about what I'm supposed to be doing or what is actually making the thing good. So now I am 0% smarter than if I would have not listened to a tier list. $10 says Water and Sun is next champ on our server. Maybe. I think that they probably have a plan. But also, the stuff that's coming out right now is meant to counter the Male Water and Sun. It's very clear. He has crowd control immunity sometimes, every 6 seconds. We have stuns coming out, or frozen that's coming out, that makes people still take the frozen even if they're immune to CC. We've got a ton of anti-heal. We've got a ton of huge AoE stuns. Stuff that he just can't deal with. And they have the new sprite coming out that reduces the person's damage every time they do damage. And he ticks his ult super fast, so it stacks up super fast to counter him. As well as Bulko countering him to a certain degree, because his ultimate is really his big deal. So yeah, I don't know. I think everything they're coming out with is indicating that they regret that decision, and it's taken over the game way too much for way too long, and they're ready to be done with that. And so that's why I don't even care if they bring Male Water and Sun. Like, yeah, it would be nice to have him just in case, and yes, he's still going to be good because people don't always know exactly why things need to be used, so you can get away with it a lot. Kind of like with the bears right now. I'm sure a lot of people haven't thought about the fact that if you're running Pure Heart on your team, then the male's shiver stacks are going to fall off when you're ulting, and a lot of times when you're doing basic attacks, you'll knock them off too. And you have a decent chance to just never even take the freeze unless he's in overpowered mode and doing his active skill, and then you're probably just stuck either way. But a lot of that stuff can make a huge difference, and it's the sort of tiny details that people don't always think about. What I want to know about the Pure Heart... Oh boy. Oh boy. Stop. Stop. The macro was taken over. Oh, that could have been an ordeal. Alright, how far did we actually make it on this? We're level 68. So I kind of need to do that whole roundabout thing one more time to get all the way to 80. It's going to be a lot. But we do have 12k of our good stuff here. And I suppose we should just buy a lot of these, because eventually we want to buy them all anyway. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's the sign to stop the macro. And you got to be careful that your macro is not clicking on the confirm button or rip your diamonds at that point. Yes, I'll just take all 7. Thank you. That's fine. Alright, so I had 8k diamonds initially when we started this process. Now, I gotta go grab the bone, as they say. Wow. You know, it's fine. That's what it is. And that's fine. There's nothing weird about that. Then we go on down here, and yes, I could just save to do all 10 at once, but I don't think it increases your chances for anything at all. Oh, fuck. That's not what I wanted. I mean, it's nice. If I get a Bloodcraft Legend, I'll be really happy about that, but right now I'm not. I do want to get a mask, but I also want to be getting diamonds, and I'm not getting any right now. There we go. There's some. There's some. Sprites are not yet available on either of the servers. Not sure how they work, but it's just a random passive buff. Just think of it like any other passive buff. They just, as you level them up, they can have certain skills, and then also they increase stats. Oh, now we're doing it. Alright, I need one more of those, and then we've made back diamonds plus the other rewards. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, we did it! Yes! Yes! I wanted this so bad for so long. Oh my god. I thought there was no way. Oh man. I'm so happy about that. I am so happy about that. Oh, now I get to have it look beautiful. Boom. And a mask too? No, more of those. That's fine. So, I didn't quite make it back to my diamonds. I made it 1,000 short, but all of the extra stuff that I got too is going to be very valuable. And I'm happy. And now it's time to do the thing. Oh my god, it's so good! It's so good! Yes! Oh, it's wonderful. Sometimes you just have to decide that you're going to have a good day, ladies and gentlemen. And we have done that here today. And we have manifested these good things into our life. That's why you stay positive. See how the colors kind of match with my background that I made? Isn't that awesome? I love it. I love it, and I'm happy. Oh, look at it all. If I'm not mistaken, this was the first city skin, right? This was the first one they ever made. I got my dragons up in here, my lights. This guy's just puking tickets everywhere. Gotta love it. Oh, that's great. No, this isn't the first one. Was the first one the Halloween one with the Devala? That might have been the one. That was the first one. That might have been the one. But I'm real happy. I would have loved to have the Halloween. Winter was first? Really? The first one you could actually get? Oops. Cities. I think they're probably in order of how they released, aren't they? Yeah, I think the Dread Moon Festival was the one. That would make sense because Halloween comes before winter. So yeah, I was way off. But also, I haven't seen all of them. I haven't looked at all of them. I love that it also changes the UI. Some of these are not as cool as the other ones. I think that the Dread Moon one is probably my favorite one overall, but also it's like only really cool during Halloween. And this is probably my second favorite one. So, I'm a happy boy. I am a happy boy. New Year's skin first year. Miranda, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm a happy guy anyway. Oh man, that's awesome. I really, really wanted that. And I also really want one of the masks just because I don't intend to ever buy one. But that's cool. That's cool. The Egyptian one is pretty. It is, but it's not like different enough. I like that it's super different. Oh, we can only afford one more of these. Or we're only allowed to buy one more of these, I should say. That's what I mean to say. And then we have to buy the stupid common packs that nobody ever wants to buy. But we're doing it. We're doing it. It is worth 20 meat, which would... It's only 600, right? And then I get the gold boxes from here. I get arena rank. I get gold from winning. And I get arena points to spend in the arena shop for doing all of the fights. So it's a lot of fights that I have to do. And a little bit of time I got to invest into it. But the amount of return is great. So it actually makes common packs worth buying. That's how good this event is. It's crazy. It's the first New Year's celebration skin. Yes, it is that. It is that. You can't get the mask because you can't get 15-star bear. I don't know. Why does that stop you from getting the mask? I do not know. Now you need Red Dragon to fly around? The dragon just flies around, right? Just randomly? Or is that a separate thing? The old jigsaw mask. You got 4 masks, 2 of them doubles? Nice. That is a lot. Alright, let's get to purchasing. You're going to have to not notify me about these purchases. The old arena pack. I guess I should just buy as many as I can buy right now. Why is it being so slow? Don't do me this way, please. God, this is going to be a lot of arena. It's going to be a lot, but we're doing it. I'm going to try to be faster about it. Also, I just spent all of my diamonds, and I need to queue up for this still. Oh, boy. I could do a dungeon descent in between, but I have 1 day remaining, which I am assuming means that I have until 6 o'clock tomorrow. So, I don't need to do that right now, but if you guys are... Oh, man, I'm so happy. I'm so happy! This is awesome. I always wanted to have a skin that was permanent, and I was never going to pay for one ever, because they're like $50 or $100, and I just was never going to do it. I think this one was like you had to spend $100 and then you could get it. So that's super cool. Did anybody answer about the dragon flying around? Does he just do that, or was that an extra thing? I don't remember. I do not remember. And don't forget the skill books. Yeah. Well, that's what I meant by the arena tokens to spend in that store. my dude. Ian Brass, hello. I did not say hi to you yet, but hello to you. You got 3 different masks, but not any city skins? I think the city skin's very rare. Very rare. The Jigsaw requires the 15 star. Oh, I haven't even looked at that. Because I don't think that I even have it on this. It's probably on my other server, but yeah, they just know that it's not reasonable for somebody on this low of a server to be able to complete that. Alright, arena time. He flies around. He is $100. Yeah, I'm not spending $100 on a dragon, that's for sure. Anybody who wants to donate me a dragon, feel free, but it ain't me, dog. It ain't me. Pretty soon I'm going to have to start working Kai over because he's making me not do the thing. Only 4 city skins per tavern reset, yep. I was looking at that and I was like, man, I'm not going to get hopeful about getting any of this special stuff. But if I can't get the 78k diamonds, then I want that city skin real bad. So I can't believe that just happened to a little old guy like me. They only doggone and made me happy. They did it. Danish Dip, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Thanks for coming and checking out the stream. We're having a really great time right now. I didn't even look at how many arena battles I have to do now. Hello again, Danish. I'll say it. I'll say it every time. Hi, 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 hi. And hi again. Welcome, friend. Neon, thank you very much. My smile is going to be infectious for the entire day now. I hope somebody clipped that. Snagga, you're the clip guy. Snagga's a great friend of the channel, by the way. He does so many wonderful things for me. Slow taper plus spell check? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what that means, dog. You can preview it in the decorations. Gotcha. I will do that. I'll do that immediately. We have 106 arena battles to do, and I am perfectly happy to be doing them. Yeah, up here in this city one, in the decoration tab. This Dragon Guard or this Dragon Guard? Oh, look at those purple curtains. Yeah, boy. That is really cool, but also $100 American. It's not $100 American cool. I would rather do almost anything else with $100 American. I would rather slowly contribute to my untimely demise with fast food for $100. You got to give it the nighttime. And by the way, the New Year celebration skin in nighttime looks so good. So good. Snagga says he did not, but he can. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, but I sure would appreciate it, because I want to remember that one. The time Rage Panda got lucky. Not like that. Nothing weird. Just getting a city skin. I was just getting some skin, guys. That's all it was. I just got lucky and got some skin. That sounds normal, right? Snagga's like the Prime Minister. Well, what's funny is, originally I was doing the Rage Kingdom guild, and I had so many people join that I needed to have Rage Kingdom 2, and I decided that I would just find somebody that I felt like was a good person from my interactions with them, and somebody that played a lot and knew what they were doing. And I just decided that Snagga would be the guy, and I made him an officer in the guild. I don't even remember if I asked him. I'm pretty sure I just did it, and I'm like, you're an officer now, and if you want to help me do some of this stuff, that'd be great. And then he did a fantastic job, And he's been a consistent and awesome viewer for all of time. For all of time. He did it. He clipped it for me. What a guy. Danish Dip says, in my server, facing an issue, not getting fishing stamina after arena battle. In that case, you want to go into the old Deep Sea Delve and just buy it straight from here. It's less efficient than doing the arena, and you don't get all the extra bonuses, but it's still way better than not doing it at all. You are still going to be making a profit in doing that, and you just don't buy all of the arena stuff. So, I believe I said in my short, I don't remember everything I said all the time. That reminds me, I should buy these books today. These are the kinds I need right now, and that's what I will buy. That also reminds me I might need to start a banquet. Did I do a banquet? Hey guys, I did a banquet. If you're on my server, please join it. Their banquet has ended. How about Snagga, do you have one going on? I'm feeling like doing a little matchy game. No? If you do, it's not on my thing. Alright, Sandra Bullock. Have 1,000. Alright, nobody talk. We got Fulgur, Orc, Zace, Lux, Karg, Ignis. This is going too far. I'm not going to be able to remember it. I'm not going to be able to do a good job. We did it. 7K, baby. 7K. Sorry, I had to focus while I was doing that. I didn't want to look like a stupid. Oh, Snagga. Wow. That's some language. That is some language right there. Amir is starting a banquet. I will, I have one more I can join for the day, and I will join yours at a later time. But right now I'm going to just keep slaying out, because I know it's taken a long time to get through these. And we've already been streaming for 3 hours, so that's an indication of how long it took. And we only did 130 of them before, I think. Or maybe it was, no, it was probably closer to 145, because I did my 5 daily ones. I already had 10, and then I bought 130. So we're speeding it up a little bit. And we're just going to be heartless and take out all the lobies. That's what you got to do. Yeah, what is your in-game name, Amir? Have you joined the Rage Eternal Guild? If you're still on your other server, though, we won't be able to do it. But I think you said you joined us, right? I know there have been people joining. I'm sad that Miranda can't play 2 accounts. I don't blame her. But I would like to have Miranda in our guild. But it is what it is. She could probably get a strong returning player bonus. Danish Dip says, you get male water and sun today? Nice. Nice, nice. You need a suggestion for traits? That depends on what you have available. I don't think that anybody is running focused on him, and that's because they broke the text on focused. It says it lasts only for 10 seconds. That is a lie. It lasts for the entire battle, just like Devout did. They said that they fixed Devout, and it appears that they did fix Devout, but they did not say that they fixed any of the other ones that had that change. So for now, I think we can operate under the assumption that it works for the whole battle. With that assumption, I think that it's really good on him, because like I said, what you want to do with that character is get into your ultimate and then stay in your ultimate forever and never drop your ultimate. You're going to just start chain stunning people, doing a ton of damage, crazy healing. And you definitely want to be doing that. You definitely want to be doing that, and you want to contribute to that by having extra CC on your team to get those bonuses. And you need to be doing a lot of it. A lot of it. Magnus says, honestly, they really need to fix the text and functions on a lot of traits and skills so it all matches. I agree. I think that they built a system where they don't know what is not working. And also keep in mind that it is a Chinese company and that's not their first language. So maybe in Chinese all the stuff is exactly saying what it should say. Maybe what we need is somebody in the community who is bilingual and can use the Chinese version of the app and actually read what is written in the native language and tell us all what it actually says and what it actually means. There are definitely some clarifications we could use. Man, the screen is just frozen forever while they do their ultimates. I made it so they don't, like, constantly zoom in on everybody, because that gets crazy to watch and not fun. In my honest opinion, that's what I believe. I haven't even been looking at the enemy team comps, but I can tell that a lot of these people are not fully invested. Should we fight Block Neo, who's like close to our same power? This is another one where it's like, kind of you have two people that can take damage. Kind of you do. But I don't feel terribly afraid of this. This is going to be a big Ignis ult, so I just have to try to not let that happen. I'm going to take the fight, even though it's like an even fight, and it's a risk in this situation for what we're doing. But I feel confident that I can beat this team. Especially with that knockup. That was great. Oh my... The male Bjorn Krieger! He just decimated the team. Hopefully everybody was spread out far enough that the... Yep, that worked out just fine. That worked out just fine. What does my damage look like on there? Look at this! Look at this beast! Beating the damage meter, even against male Akuna. What a monster. What an absolute snuggly, wuggly monster. I am definitely going to try to get the companion, and then I'm just going to pump all my vigor into the one guy. Just right into the one guy. Everybody else can just deal with it. Yeah, so aside from... Sorry, I got distracted. Aside from Focused, which I think would be really good on Male Water and Sun, you definitely want Honorable. Without question, no matter what build you're running on that guy, you want Honorable. That is for sure. And then I think that you actually want to get... It depends on if you're staying alive or not. A lot of people are saying that you run Pure Heart. Pure Heart would be... Pure Heart is really good if it works in your ultimate. And I don't know, because I don't generally run Pure Heart, and I have not done the testing, especially on Male Water and Sun, because I don't have that guy. I mean, I have a little tiny blue version on my other account, but if Pure Heart works in his ultimate to be canceling stuns, which everybody's going to be trying to do to you, if they're smart, then I think that it's a really good thing to be doing. If it doesn't apply to attacks that are coming from your ultimate, if they're just repeatedly happening from the same ability, like maybe you get one chance for Pure Heart to activate while you're starting your ultimate, and then the rest of the ticks don't do it. If it works like that, it's not worth putting on at all. But if it applies on every attack, like every tick of the ultimate going off, you'll basically not be able to be stunned, because by the time you get stunned, you're going to hit all of the enemy teams with the last couple of waves that are coming out of you anyway, and then you'll probably unstun yourself basically instantly. So that could be really good. A more definite, strong build that you don't need to worry about testing for those last two slots is probably just Brutal and Aggressive. Because you're already going to be doing a ton of damage on that guy, he always does, and you're going to be trying to do a ton of healing, and the healing is scaling off of your strength, so increasing your strength as much as possible is the way to go. That's what I think. So I would go Honorable, no question, Brutal and Aggressive, and then Focused. And it's a weird build that normally, like, it uses traits that you've heard of before, but usually not in that combination. And I think that it will be solid. Which bear should you use with female Tide Razor? You should use the female bear with that. Continue pulling people in. And it'll make the most of her ultimate, which is really strong. Get you a ton of anti-heal. Super good. Bunch of extra damage reduction on her active skill, which a lot of people aren't talking about. I'm pretty sure that was her, right? She has 20% damage reduction to anybody hit by her active. I think that's true. I don't know. I've been reading a lot of things. I've been reading a lot of things lately, so hopefully they're not bleeding together. It can happen. But yeah, in terms of them fixing all of the traits and stuff, they wouldn't even have to if we had the testing environment. And then we could just go say, oh, I can tell that this isn't working. And a lot of us would be happy to do that. Or, it's a somewhat small community that we have here. Like, there's a lot of people that play this game. But, are there any people who are data mining this game? If there were people who were capable of data mining this game and finding all of the stuff and how it actually is programmed to work, then we could say for sure exactly what it does. And I don't know anybody like that, and if you do know somebody like that, then please get them involved, because that's what we really need in the community. I'm not capable of doing it myself, but Neon, thanks for coming in, thanks for hanging out, I really appreciate you. And also, I appreciate you saying bye, because a lot of people just dip out, and I understand it, but I do like to be able to say bye to my friends, and I still consider you to be one of those. So, you have a great day as well. And I hope that the food turns out exactly how you wanted. Rebecca says, for me, assigning colors to each lady in the banquet matching game helps you remember. Yeah, I do it a little bit like that too. It was funny because my old system, I would like call the Lux Bastet because she reminded me of a Smite character. And then I had one that was Maleficent, which I don't even remember which one that was now. But yeah, there was a lot of little tricks I used to remember. I don't know how to pronounce that name, but hello. Why do I get 2 fishing stamina per fight? Because I'm in a younger server, and it just happens to work that way. I think what it might have to do with, if I had to guess, it might have to do with being close in range of power to the people that you're fighting. I'm not positive. This is just a guess. This is based on nothing but me having a hunch. And so people are saying that they sometimes are getting these rewards, right? Well, my account is brand new, very small, not a lot of power, and they tend to scale things in the wrong way. So maybe if they were scaling it by percentage, then I wouldn't always be getting the 2, but they probably have it scaled by a flat rate, and I'm within that amount from these people. And that makes sense to me why I'm always getting 2. Whereas, if you're on a much older server and you're fighting people and you're, I don't know, 20 million power higher than them or even more or around that, it might be so far out of the range that you don't get any or you only get 1. And so if you're fighting people that were closer to your power, you might just get 2 every time. I can't confirm or deny whether that's true. That's just a thing that makes sense to me, why you would sometimes get it and why sometimes you don't. So, if somebody wants to try that, you might find yourself getting a lot more free stamina, or free, yeah, I guess they call it stamina, but meat. The free meat. Chaos says, free to play, I need the diamonds. Chaos, how did you... Well, I guess I started on this and then I wasn't able to play for a while. I had a couple weeks where I just was really sick and I was really annoyed with the game and didn't play. So I guess that makes sense that you rocketed up a little faster. Had I been playing for that 10 or 12 days or whatever, I probably would be in the same spot. That's why I thought that you had the returning player bonus or something. But I forgot that I started the account and then it sat for a little bit. This guy did some work. Killed 2 of my dudes. They're low-level dudes, but he killed them. How many wives do I have? Everybody always needs another wife. Look how beautiful it is. Oh, I love that. I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I got 10 wives. And every one of them's a pain in the ass, I tell ya. I actually need to favorite these 2. Because I plan on mating with them every time. We call this the act of mating. You're welcome. You're welcome for the banquet gift. Happy to be of service. Now, how many of these? 83 left. Oh, so many. In real life, I have exactly 1 wife. In real life. Exactly 1. I think Kimberly would be alright with a second wife as long as the second wife was really into doing, like, laundry and dishes and stuff. I think that she'd be about that. Because part of the problem is with having the back issues that I have, like, even though we have a dishwasher, right? The act of bending down to put things in there and take them out makes my back hurt so crazy that, like, I will help rinse the stuff and, like, scrape the stuff off of the plates and whatever. But actually putting the stuff in there, I don't do it because it triggers back pain. And for obvious reasons, laundry is the same. So, it's very unfair to her, unfortunately, but that is the way it is. Another contributing factor to why I never feel like I'm contributing enough to those around me. And maybe that's why all I care about is being useful to you guys in some way and providing a little value to the community, because physically speaking, I can't always do that as much as I would like to. Yeah, a maid wife, she'd be into that. I don't know about the other parts, but that part of it, she's down for. Looks like a whole lot of disappointment right there. What do you mean? Disappointment from what? This guy sometimes almost gets me. I don't think he's actually, like, going to win, but his Hakuna does a lot of damage. And it usually will kill, like, 2 of my dudes because they're low level. Like right there, the Aeson went down. Had a big enough shield on the old lady. But then by the end of the battle, they're both dead. The rest of my team is totally fine and perfectly healthy, but...
Thanks for following back.
Thank you for following. North 45 degrees. I appreciate you. Maybe I do need to be contributing more to the dual streaming efforts. I haven't thought about getting that all set up, but I'm sure it wouldn't be too much of a problem. That way everybody could start using sound alerts and stuff, stickers and all that fun junk. I also need to make it pretty again. I don't know if it's still pretty. Maybe I could incorporate the, I like this background, man. I was just messing around with them, but I like it. I like it. They got their little advertisement down here. That's probably why it's free for me to use. Which is not where I got that, by the way. That's not even where I got that from. So hopefully they were correct in the fact that I get to use it royalty free. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in trouble. It's hard to, like, you gotta be careful when you're a content creator, because if you're using the wrong stuff and somebody owns it, next thing you know, you're paying people or taking down videos. I'm lucky I have 10. Which do I prefer most? Well, funny you say that. I actually have some videos on the channel called Smasher Pass where I detail exactly which ones and why. The old Smasher Pass. I think I am going to make another version bringing everything up to current. And maybe just every few months that's what we'll do. I don't know how many new companions there needs to be before it's worth a video. But those are pretty fun. They're fun to make. Oh no, I'm starting to get hungry. I never eat on stream. This is not a... What do they call it? A bukkake video? Mukbang. It's not a mukbang video. I have said the wrong word. I only speak one of these languages. My apologies. Danish dip. Oh, I already got that one. I already got it. Is it a green screen? It is a green screen. It is the green screen. Snaga says he'd watch it. You're a terrible man. Can't believe you've done this. Ashen Afterglow says, that was definitely the wrong word. Yeah. Mistakes were made. It is what it is. I could be embarrassed, or I could just not. Although I don't want to get too crazy talking about that stuff, but I was having a discussion with one of my friends, and he sent me a weird video, not like that, but having to do with Cinnabon, and it was like, it kind of looked, I don't know, it was like a little sus looking, like that reminds me of something. Are we all on the same page? Danish Dip, thank you very much. I appreciate the love from India. And I find it amazing, by the way, that I have an audience that literally lives all around the world. It's crazy. It's crazy, and it's an honor. An honor. But I had to tell him, like, you know, that grosses me out so much that I don't understand how people are into those kinds of videos. It's just so gross. Living Beyonder, hello, and welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I certainly am. Things are going even better than I deserve, which is fantastic. Good, we should all be playing together. That's what I like to hear. You're from Sarajevo in Bosnia? Well, there you go. That's a new one on the list. I should actually, I don't know how I could make some sort of graphic that shows the different countries or regions that somebody is from. Danish Dip says he likes watching gross things. Nice. Your game profile is Lord Alpha. Are you in the same server as me? Because that would be cool. If you are, then you should join Rage Eternal, which is my guild that I am currently running and getting ready for guild conquest action. And one thing that's kind of cool is that with the Lith bucks, I could actually, like, be a little pay to win in that. Not that I would want to. But if I had to, all the dots on the map would be in my yard. Just you and Snaga, Brent. Just you and Snaga. I didn't even see that Snaga instantly responded to that, but I'm not surprised. Let's just say that I expected such behavior. Aromatic preference. Absolutely not. Oh, good lord. The thing I was talking about, yes, that is disgusting. I can see why you might have thought when I said the disgusting thing that was the one. Because, yeah, that's real gross. No, I was talking about the Cinnabon frosting, if that paints a better visual for you. Let's just say there was a lot of it, and it was off-putting. Wild Ace Cat is like, that's it for me, man. When you start talking about the freaky Cinnabon videos, I'm outie. Enjoy your food, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. I hope to see you in the next one. There's a festival for that? What do they call it? The Rose Garden? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Why are people... We can't keep talking about this stuff. I'm going to get demonetized as a mother. Yeah. What do you mean? How do you know that? Hungerfest? That's a worse name than I could have come up with. I'm not one of them. I'm not a fan of this. I ain't judging anybody who is. Live your life. Be happy. I'm happy that you're happy. Just don't do it around me. Oh, that's... I am actually still a little bit hungry. But I'm on a mission. So I will just continue to drink a large amount of water. How much is in here? We got about 20 ounces. I almost want to just slam the whole thing. But it comes out so slow. Living Beyonder, you have subscribed and I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. I'm kind of doing a little bit of a subscription drive right now. I need to get up to, I think, 4,500 subscribers. And then when I do that, I will be eligible for extra rewards in the game for being a content creator. And one of those extra rewards is advanced knowledge on new clans, which could possibly include videos. For sure it would be pictures like I used to be able to get. And I very much want that. Like, I don't care about the in-game rewards for me personally. I think you guys all get it at this point. Like, I've turned down every sponsorship they've thrown at me. I don't care about the money and the benefits and all this. But bringing you guys extra advanced content, like early release info that I can dig my teeth into, I think that would be great. And I really want to have access to that. So, I need to get a lot more subscribers. And hopefully, we can all work together on that. That was a close fight. Why was that a close fight? I wasn't looking. Oh. Because I didn't do this. Because I wasn't looking and I didn't do that. Watch how much easier this is. I almost didn't win that last one. I actually almost didn't win it. But now, oh my goodness, because I switched my guys around, because I targeted the guy who was going to do the damage with my stuns, I was able to easily win. And that guy, literally it's just this. His male Akuna is huge. He's pumped it with traits and probably a bunch of vigor. It's extremely strong. And I had to put a stop to that. And if I don't put a stop to that, I die. That's the same thing that's happening with the male Water and Sun. People are not specifically trying to put a stop to that. And that's what you got to do, and then you win. Because all the stuff around it will just fall down. It'll just fall into place. No problem whatsoever. What's in America? Oh, you listen to the H3 podcast. No wonder you know about such things. No wonder. What is that guy's real name? I don't remember his name. Sometimes I agree with the points that that guy makes, and sometimes I'm like, man, you are just so far off. Yeah, Ethan Klein, that's the guy. His interview with Bill Burr was so weird. And I get it. Bill Burr is like, he'll call you out if you're doing something that's a little weird. But Ethan was just not able to handle it at all. Not able to handle it. But I heard that Theo Von had the same sort of situation. But I'm a Bill Burr fan. Nathan, you must be a little behind on the stream, but yeah. Mistakes were made. What are you going to do? So the thing that I like about Bill Burr is that even though he is aggressive, and he will call you out if he believes that you're doing something wrong, he also is perfectly willing to admit that he doesn't know everything. He's not an expert on the situation. You shouldn't listen to him even though he has strong opinions. And he's right. As a comedian, he doesn't always know exactly what he's talking about. But that being said, he does make a lot of good points. And he's very self-aware of the issues that he has and the struggles that he has in life and in conversations. And he's actively working on that stuff. So while he might do some stuff like he gave Ethan Klein a hard time in the interview or whatever, and he's done that to a lot of different interviewers, and I kind of think it's funny sometimes. You got to forgive the guy for it because he knows that he's a flawed person and he's doing his best to work on it. So how can you stay mad at that, you know? And I like people like that because it's a sense of honesty that we really need more of in the world. I think honesty is very important. Extremely important. Much more important than anybody's individual ego, that's for sure. It can be hard to admit that you're wrong, but sometimes you're just wrong. We all are. Living Beyonder, your server is 1524. Well, we don't have cross-server guilds yet, but when we do, you should be in range to be able to join if you wanted to. So that would be cool. Very cool indeed. The funniest discussion you've seen Ethan have was with XQC. Yeah, I imagine he didn't understand a word of it. I do think that XQC is funny. I'm not sure how much of it is planned or if he's just that funny kind of guy. But usually it's funny not like in the way of a joke or that he's doing comedy. It's just like he acts funny. You know what I mean? Sometimes he does. And I know that he's not even a native English speaker, which contributes to it a little bit. But what's weird to me, I've seen like video clips of other young streamers that are like teenagers or early 20s or whatever. And they're trying to get an audience. We all are. It's really hard to try to get people to care about watching what you're putting out there. That's why I appreciate you guys so much, because I understand how lucky I am to have anybody sitting in that chat box, much less having as many people as I do have. So some of these kids, they just don't have their own personality, and they really like people like XQC. And they literally just try to emulate him completely. But he's such a unique person. We instantly see through that. We know what you're doing. Like, come on, man. If that's what I wanted, was to watch something like that, I'd just go watch XQC. You gotta be yourself. You gotta be yourself. They watch his chair. Is he, like, often not sitting at the table doing what he's supposed to do? I've never... Like, I see streamers through YouTube, usually. So, like, I see clips of what they're doing or some of their best, most interesting parts. I've always really wanted... I like watching the, like, stream highlights videos because you get all of the best parts. And I have always wanted to be included in one of those videos. I think it would be super cool. As long as it's not me being a dumbass and, like... saying something really stupid or just getting myself canceled or whatever. But like if I was funny enough that people thought that was a cool clip, or if I was entertaining enough for some reason, that would be a very rewarding thing to be put on one of those. And probably also good for exposure, but I'm not sure how many viewers it would drag into a channel like mine that's focused on a specific game. But what are you going to do? We all have our dreams. Justin says, how's the weather here? We just had a blizzard. It's been terrible. You're supposed to get 8 inches by tomorrow morning, and you have about 5 now. Yeah, we were supposed to get 6 to 12 inches, and we definitely got more than that. Snagga, you got the companion for the bear? Grats, buddy. Massive grats, homie. I hope that I can be you one day. When I grow up, I want to be like Snagga. You always get more than that, he says. This guy. This fellow right here. Always with the dirty talk. Can you even believe it? The old Brat McGear, or however you say this. I feel bad picking on these people, but gotta do what I gotta do. Is Mage Eleonora character good in a team? I think that you are looking at the wrong name. What is the other name that you're seeing next to that? Probably above that. My wife took a picture. Obviously, we keep talking about my back today. It's a good thing I'm in a great mood, because usually that makes me really depressed, but I can't nothing bring me down right now. I'm so happy. I got that city skin. I'm hanging out with my friends all day. I got this cool event to be working on. I'm living the dream. But because of my back issues, I also don't get to shovel snow. Like, it's literally not even an option at all. I'm not allowed to do it. And that means that my wife has to do it, which I hate. But she took a picture, and the snow at the end of our driveway was like up past her waist. It was crazy. Partially because of snowplows, but also that made it even with, or even a little higher than the rest of our yard. But our yard is like up a 2 foot or more hill, so it was pretty wild to see. ASN often has names like that. That could be true. I have definitely seen those names, but I don't want to give any advice when I don't know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, they use AI to generate individual names. Kind of. You see a lot of the same names over and over again. Did I almost get myself killed to this guy again because I didn't do the thing? I mean, I didn't almost die, but it was a battle. We're down to 42, baby! I might just buy the fishing things after this. I don't know. That's so much arena, dog. That's a lot of arena. What level am I now in fishing? Like 68? And I've fished like 1,000 times. Like, not kidding, 1,000 times. The way that we can look at that is that I have this challenge, and I have done 512 arena rounds, and then I got 2 meat for each one of those, and then I spent all of those fishing except for the last, I don't know, like 200 that I have right now, maybe 150 or something I'm at. Yeah. So it takes a lot to get to level 80, and I'm not even sure that I'm gonna make it with the stuff that I have here, which is why I sort of want to skip all of the arena parts, because I don't know if I can stream for 8 hours or whatever it would take to do all of this. And also, how am I still not even close to Snagga? Jeez. Probably because I'm not fighting him, even though I did win that one fight. I think we all saw that. I don't want to brag too much, but I could be farming him for points. But he's my homie, and I would never do that to him. I would never betray him like that. It's 8 fish per thing? No. No, it is not. It gets way, way, way higher to where there's like 30 of them in there. So, unfortunately, it takes a lot. Snagga, I'm glad you're still here, still paying attention. It must be getting late for you, man. I appreciate you sticking around so long. I'm sure by now we've hit your bedtime. But you're a real one. for hanging out with me. An absolute real one. A legend. It's almost 4 a.m., man. I'm sorry I did that to you. I hope I didn't mess up your whole sleep schedule. You know, there's another day in the event. I could always farm the rest of this and just stream again tomorrow. Hey, it's Kai! Hey, I just hit 2,000 points. Look at that. Kai, I want you to know that I have been skipping every time I see you on here, and I have not been farming you for points. Because we're all homies here. We're all homies. And you should always help out your friends. Has anybody here watched Letterkenny? I hope you have. It's a very good show. This is the guy. I keep fighting this guy, and then this Akuna does a ton of damage to me, and then I get nervous about the fight. Part of the reason is that he's turning and doing that the wrong way, so the Akuna's not getting frozen, and I don't know why he's doing that in this particular fight. I think what's happening is that he's targeting the person who's leaping, and so when they leap, he's turning with them to do the thing. I'm not positive if that's what's happening, but I think it might be. Joshua, hello. How on earth am I getting 2 meat per arena win? It seems to be based on the servers that you're on, but I have a theory it's because my power level versus the people that I'm fighting is somewhat close. So that makes it so that I get 2 meat. And I think that if you're on a higher server, if you try fighting somebody that's close to your range, within a couple million, see if you can do that and get meat from it. And if you can, then you could still farm it that way, but it's going to be harder to find good fights, and it's going to be dangerous because you might... there's like this gap that I have is not very far between us, but when you're on a huge server, that gap means a lot less. For me, I'm significantly more powerful. So I think that's worth a try doing that, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Either way, if you just straight up buy the meat, it's still a great deal. Still a great deal. Amir says level 38 fish. 3 times 20, 4 times 30, 9 times 50. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're saying with that. There's only 2 that can hang with you, really? Yeah, so you're probably just too strong, and then you just gotta buy the meat. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Don't forget to wager before it ends. Did it start? Did it actually start? Oh, yeah, I can't do Luxus tournament for 2 months. RIP. The 3 different kinds of fish. Gotcha. Gotcha. Now it all makes sense. But I see what you're saying. I thought the different fish themselves had different numbers. And then also you could get rare versions of each kind of fish. And then that would make it worth a lot more. But that must not be correct. I can't say that I've been looking at every fish that I get. I just kind of set the macro and go. Ain't nobody got time for that. Jreben says 3 commons, 4 sharks, 9 rare fish for the points you can collect. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. That Knot says GG, too easy, good luck, have fun. Hags. I don't know what hags means. Maybe I'm not part of the lingo. That Knot does what's GG too easy? All right, this must be one of Logan's friends. This happens from time to time. My son's friends are aware of my YouTube channel, and sometimes they like to come in and have fun and say weird stuff. It feels like that's one of those times. If I had to guess. Have a great summer. Hags, dude. Hags for real. I like that. I do like that. That's positive, and we like positivity. And by the way, for the people who have recently come in, you want to see some more positivity? Look at this. Look at this. I got the city skin. I did it. Can you even believe it? While we're at it, let's snag some district cash. Always good to keep that low. But look at this beauty. Absolute beaut. You know what I'm going to do before Snagga has to go? Since he's from Australia and the upside down world is getting pretty late right now. We're going to look at this in a preview so that we can make it nighttime. Oh, look at that. Oh my God. Absolute beauty. I'm going to be happy about this and loving life every time I see it for a week. And that makes me happy. That makes me happy. Let's get back to smashing some noobs. Did this? Oh, I thought that was jingling on me. What do we got? Like 30 of these left before I can go do a bunch of fishing? 33? I can handle that. My man said hags. I'm glad he answered and said what it means. I was so confused. Like, yeah, I get all the other ones, but that one was new. The old yearbook. Midlife city skin. Like a midlife crisis? I don't think I'm quite there yet. I did not get the fortune mask, but I want one, and it's not over yet, you know? We're still in this race. If I can get that, that's the one that increases district yields, right? If I can get the district mask, I'm going to be a very happy guy. Very, very happy guy. It could happen. Feels like a midlife crisis. Oh no. Oh no. I hope I'm not quite at midlife yet. But yeah, I don't know. I'm to the point where I understand it. I can say that. Like, I could understand somebody in my position seeing gray in their beard and being like, I really need to get some hair dye and like make this so it's not a little gray. Because that makes me look old. I could see why people would want to do that. But also, I don't know. I'm weird. I think that going through your life trying to impress other people is not useful at all. I don't think you should try to impress other people. I think the first thing you should do is try to make yourself happy. Because if you make yourself happy, and everybody made themselves happy, then we would have a better chance of everybody being happy. That's never gonna work out that way, but we would be closer to that. Once you've successfully made yourself happy, you should take care of the people that you love. And after you take care of the people that you love, you should try to help those in your community the best that you possibly can. Nowhere in this equation is impressing other people so they think I'm so cool and whatever. Like, that's just dumb and not valuable. It doesn't help you. It doesn't make you happier. It doesn't make other people happier. It only serves to potentially make you sad when you fail to do it. So why would I ever want to participate in that futile exercise? But I get it. Like, you want to stay young and whatever. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I should try harder to impress people. Maybe that's a mistake on my part. I think some people think that I go through life just saying that I don't give a shit what anybody thinks and whatever. That's not true at all. I really care what people think, and I really want people to approve of me and like me just like anybody else does. The thing is that if somebody doesn't, I don't let that change how I am. You know? I'll try to listen to constructive criticism, and like maybe I'm making huge mistakes with my personality and way of life. I will try to take in that information and listen to it and learn from it if I can. But I'm not going to change who I am because somebody says, well, I don't like that you say naughty words, and I think you should never say naughty words. I am not going to listen to dumb stuff like that, that's for sure. Giuseppe says, unfortunately, most of the people don't share your vision. Yeah, it's true. It's true. But I think, I don't know. I think that it's possible for more people to take on that view if they were aware that it's like a successful way to be. I think a lot of people look at all of the stuff around the media that's kind of indoctrinating us into wanting to impress other people. Like, social media in general is just the... It's like a game where you have to try to pretend to be the best version of yourself all the time. And you have to pretend that your life is better than everybody else's. And it's just the peak existence. And then you find yourself in a place where when you're feeling sad and you're feeling down and you're feeling useless and you just don't know what to do anymore. A lot of, especially kids these days, they get themselves in that position. And then because of all of the pressures around them socially, they don't know how to ask for help. They don't know how to show vulnerability and be willing to appear weak when they need to be able to do that. And they need to say, please help me. I am suffering right now and I need help. And if we lived in the type of society that I propose that we live in, it would be very easy to be able to say that and very easy to do that, and people would come together and actually care about each other instead of being worried about, well, people might think badly of me because I'm having a hard time. Bullshit. Everybody has a hard time. Everybody has a hard time. And you can deal with it a lot better if you talk about it, especially with people that care about you. And so we should all talk about it a little more, and we should all care about each other a little more. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Maybe if we spread the good word as a community, maybe we can have a small effect on the world as a whole. I mean, good Lord, we got people all over the world already watching. Let's just join together and make things a little better for those around us. Boom. Miranda says, the gray looks good. Thank you. Thank you. I am a distinguished gentleman. It is true, though. Dudes can get gray hair in patterns that are super cool. Like the little gray streaks along the side here. They get the little tiny gray strike there. I like that. I also wouldn't mind being like Rogue from the X-Men movies, where she's got like the one strand of really white hair. I think that would be cool. I wouldn't want to dye my hair that way. I don't know. I just don't try that hard, man. But if it happened naturally, that'd be so cool. Aromatic Preference says I'm old for sharing the misery. It happens. It happens, you know. Everybody gets older. Motorcycle USA says, Rage, good team for level 9 of Clan Challenge. I wonder if it'll let me see who's on that team. I don't know if it'll still let me look at... I always click on the wrong one. I don't think I can even look at it anymore. No, I would have to work all the way around. Can you tell me what the enemy team comp is? I know that's a lot to type. But if you can, I can tell you what you need to do to stop them. What you probably need to do is you probably have bears that you're fighting against, because that's the clan. And if that's true... 18 more, nice. If that's true, you want to look out for the male bear. He's the one who's holding a sword in one hand, and he has not a cloak on his back. She's using 2 hands on 1 weapon. That's how you're going to tell. You want your main DPS character to be in the back corner opposite of this bear. Because this bear is going to CC you and make it so you don't get to play the game. And there's not much you can do to stop him. You can do a little bit to stop him, but not much. If you have somebody who does pushes on your team, try to push him away. Male Samir, female Tidestorm, that sort of stuff. Because if you can eliminate his crowd control, you're probably going to win the fight more than likely. That's usually the problem in those fights. So just main DPS opposite of the whole map. So this werewolf is in the right position for your top DPS to be. I don't know if that makes sense, but... And then if you can overcome that hurdle, you'll probably be able to sustain enough DPS to get through. Good night, Snagga. Thanks for hanging out so long. Thanks for always being awesome. You're the best. It's true, he is the best. Just don't tell him I said so. Okay, love you, bye! Snagga knows too many secrets about me. I gotta keep him close so he doesn't turn on me. Oh, that's the trick. I missed so much of the chat while I was doing my rant about making the world better or whatever. And I'm sorry if you said something important and I missed it. There's a lot of chats there. And I do apologize to you. M. Samir in the middle here. I don't like M. Samir in the middle when I use him because then you're gambling on where he's pushing. I want to know... I need to know where he's pushing so I can plan the rest of my team to be in a good spot. So if you're putting him in slot 2, I feel like that's usually not the best. The exception to that situation is if you have the male Samir in the middle and you have another frontliner next to him and no other melee characters at all. You can kind of get away with that. But even still, I would rather have the M. Samir on the far edge and the other frontliner in the middle. Then you're still dragging people in, and then he's probably going to push on a diagonal. And you're likely to get a good portion of their team by doing that. I don't like him in the second slot at all. Nathan has it right. Clan Challenge is the 2 bears, Centaur in the 2 wolf archers. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the way that... What is your team? Tell me your team also. Thank you for typing that all out. I know it's a lot to type out, but I remember which one you're talking about now. And I also remember that part of the way that I dealt with that was because I'm using the bears. I don't know if you are or not. I used the male bear to be on the same side as the male Gultung, and then I just froze him out. Because he can be really annoying and he can cycle through you pretty hard and do a lot of damage. What you want to check then, in that case, is try to see which one of their DPS, if you're using the male bear, I don't know if you are, or if you're using somebody with a lot of CC, I don't know. If you are, try to look at your after action report and see which one of them is killing you. Because there's probably one of them that's doing a lot of the damage. And then target that person with crowd control if you can. No bears built up. That is unfortunate. They are very good, but I understand. The old Kivak. Nathan, you're saying that's what's in the thing, and was it Motorcycle USA that asked the question initially? Yeah. So, Motorcycle, what is your team? If you can tell me your team, I can help you. I need to get some of that chapstick, dog. My lips are going to fall right off my face getting all dried out down here. All sorts of dried out and stuff. But we're so close. Only 10 more battles. I'm going to try spamming them. I know, I say I'm going to do it faster, then I get distracted. I can rant about any topic that you put to me. I swear. I've always got some bullshit to say. Oh, Jordan. You dirty dog. This fight I actually have to take seriously because they're close in power to me. Wow, rough choice. I think I fought this guy before and I went with this orientation, and I will choose that again. Got him. Too true, too true. The double freeze right there on the ultimate killed him before they got to get him off. You know how we do. We freeze him and please him. That sounds wrong. Cancel that. Cancel that. Still not even beating Snaga. He went so hard. He went so hard. I could just kill him, but I'm not going to. I'm a man of honor. I gave him my word, and therefore I won't do the thing. Oh, I wanted to get a little bit of that on the lips, you know? The old freezing, please. Giuseppe says, are werewolves real? No. Your grandmother told you a story of a real one in her city? Well, the thing is, like, they could be. They could be. But we don't know about it. What's really crazy is our best version, our best understanding of science right now indicates that there are multiple different dimensions. And with the best understanding that we have of string theory, which is the smallest thing that we've been able to detect, originally they thought there were a few different shapes of the strings. And they had calculated them, they had detected them, they've seen them, they keep seeing the same ones over and over again, but it didn't make any sense why they were different and what's the deal. Finally, they realized that actually it would make perfect sense if all of the strings were just a slice of a four-dimensional object. So, sort of how you can draw a cube on a 2D piece of paper, right? It's not a three-dimensional cube, but you know what it is, and you can extrapolate that. It's the same sort of thing. It's like we're seeing a slice of that extra dimension that we're not part of. So, because of that, I think it's possible. It's possible. I don't know if you saw the David Grush hearing with the UAP information dump that they were trying to do in Congress last year, but they very specifically did not say aliens. They very specifically said non-human biologics. And so if it were a multi-dimensional being, right, that would make sense still in that context, and it wouldn't be an alien like we would traditionally think about aliens. So that's weird, but the even more interesting thing is that if that theory is correct about string theory, and there is an extra dimension that we can only see snippets of, not only does it explain the UFOs and how we see them zipping around like crazy in ways that it wouldn't make sense scientifically that they could. It explains that. It explains ghosts. It could explain things like, you know, Bigfoot and whatever, or the Mandela effect, and all sorts of different stuff. So I find it to be super interesting because the best science that we have today says it's totally super possible, man. That doesn't mean I believe that it's all true. I'm just excited by the idea that it could be. So I think that that's pretty sweet. So any of those things, and I do think that all of the traditional monsters that you hear about are based on real things. Now, maybe for a werewolf, it's just a guy who went totally savage or whatever, and then he loses his mind and commits atrocities, whatever. That could be. For vampires, it could be some cabal of people who are cannibals and they do ritual murders and stuff, you know? All of those things are probably based on something real. But I just like the crazy way that quantum physics makes it so all of this stuff is possible. It's very cool. Again, that doesn't mean that I fully believe that that is the explanation. It's just neat. there was a dash cam of a park ranger and a warden with real footage, I would love to see it. I love stuff like that. You guys ever watch a YouTube channel called The Y-Files? I love that. The Y-Files, I've seen like every one of them. I also like to watch the creepy TikTok compilations. I've never had TikTok, but I like to watch those compilations because people take all these clips that are like a UFO sighting or like a creepy doll is suddenly moving or whatever. It's just cool. I don't know. I like to I want to believe, like in the X-Files. The Stargate in Antarctica that had put in the coordinates backwards. That's why they popped up in the mall in Florida. You know, there is something weird going on with Antarctica. There's a reason why all of the countries have decided nobody can go there. And we don't know exactly what that reason is, but it's definitely worth checking out, I would say. Y-Files with Hecklefish, you got that right. Yahtzee! I first started watching that show, and then I didn't like it because I was like, I don't know, he kind of sets you up, and then it's like everything's not true and whatever. But I still like going on the stories, and I like seeing the different perspectives. And I feel like the guy on that show has a pretty good radar for when something's complete horseshit and when there might be more to it. He never says, like, definitely aliens or whatever. But he's like, I don't know, I can't say that that's false. And maybe it could be that way. So I like that about it. Motorcycle answered me at some point. Let me see. Male Lionstone, female Devala, male Dirge. I don't know what Dirge is. What is that? I do not know. Dreben, you've got that correct. That is exactly right. I'm going to do this one fight, and then I'll go... I don't know what you mean by Dirge. Am I just not remembering a character name? It wouldn't be the first time. Would not be the first time. But let's look at what else we're working with and see if I can come up with a thing. Alright, F-Tide you definitely want to put in front of the male bear. You want that to be hitting the male bear for sure. For sure. Female Devala. I'm not sure if dragging everybody together is exactly the way to go. The problem here is that you're using a lot of melee characters and they want you to be doing that. So you're giving them a very effective... Discordant? Gotcha. Did you say male or female? Discordant, let me look. Let me look. Male. I'm going to have to read up on him. I don't know if he's on this. Oh, I love that city skin so much! Let's go! I don't know why. I don't know why. Sometimes you just got to be a little silly. I'm going to have to change servers to read his stuff again. Because it's been a hot minute. So one thing that I can tell you is that I feel like you have way too much melee on your team. Way too much. And the problem is, like, we literally have characters that are trying to pull you together. That's their whole job, is to pull you together. When you're running all of that melee, you are doing that job for them. And especially on the team that you're talking about, when they have like their rain of arrow attacks and they've got their big spin ultimate and all of this stuff, it's just not the team to be using against them. I don't know if you have anything else leveled up, but if you could get some more range damage in there, you'd be having a much easier time. Kai, thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you, buddy. Stay positive, fam. I agree. I agree. Have a great day at work. Alright, Ballad of Decay. Each attack heals the caster by 5% of the max constitution If killed, the caster will be revived when an allied or enemy champion is killed. Once revived, the caster immediately recovers 60% of max constitution, gaining invincibility briefly, and taunts nearby enemies. As long as the caster survives, whenever an allied or enemy champion is killed, he will self-heal by 30% of his max constitution. And then he creates a 5-second shield that absorbs damage equal to 40% of the caster's max constitution. During the shield's duration, all nearby enemies take damage equal to 80% of the caster's strength per second. Once the shield breaks, inflicts stunned. Pretty solid stuff. He's obviously a good character. Nothing wrong with the character, it's just too many good characters doing the same job at the same time. If I were going to try to get rid of one, maybe that's what I should try to think of. Which one should be gotten rid of? I don't think you necessarily have to get rid of two of them, but you definitely have to get rid of one. I think if you could get a healer instead of the male lionstone, that might be helping you. But also I kind of feel like your AoE damage is a bit low, and stuns are a bit low as well. Tough call. I wish you had male Akuna. He just always is the perfect answer. It's crazy. Spiders would be good instead of male lionstone. I mean, they'd be I think male Akuna's the real way to go. The caster strums the strings of fate and plays entrancing melody for 5 seconds. Once the caster is playing, they can't be interrupted and their damage taken is reduced by 80%. During this time, the caster will continue to summon the undead, who will pounce on enemies, dealing damage to all enemies along their path, and preventing the enemies from casting any active skill or ultimate attacks for 2 seconds. The caster recovers HP by 20%. So, yeah. I think that's your whole problem in that situation. All decent characters, all do decent things. But, you know what's weird? Like, you would think when you get a city skin, when you get a city skin, it would go to all of them. But no. Some of these city skins cost people $100, and they don't transfer over servers. It's so silly. I think those cosmetic things should, but it is what it is. Alright. Hold on. Let me make sure. I got my same guy here, and then I can actually listen to this music on stream. Looks like everything's in order. Everything is good. And now it's time to fish. Can't beat them bears. The bears are good. They are very good. The roads of snow suck. True. We have had so much snow lately. It's been a nightmare. But I guess it's fine. Another 220 meat. Time to play the macro. Now we can really start talking. Male Akuna's only 240. Male Spider is 480. I mean, the male Spider is not definitely the best choice. You just want ranged damage, really. Because being close to the bear is killing you. 4 members of your team are rushing towards the bear, and then they're all getting frozen, and then not doing anything, and getting eaten alive, and even if the female Tidestorm pushes them away, then you're just stuck. Just stuck. Vampires, some believe, are a combination of tuberculosis and porphyria. I don't know what that last one is. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. I should always make sure now. I hate that they named another clan starting with Tide. Everybody says, when I say F-Tide, I mean F-Tidestorm. I don't mean F-Tide Razor. I wish they wouldn't have done that. That makes it a little tricky. A little tricky to talk about sometimes. Nathan says, I tried Mel Ashman. Male Ashmane, I know is what you tried to say there. Auto-corrected. Auto-corrected into the corner. Female Karguk, M. Selphos, M. Tide, and F. Elzadeth. I think that could work. One thing I worry about is that the male Tide might be like the Ashmane guy is gonna push in. Oh no, wait, the Ashmane is the Bloodcraft legend. Which is that the one you meant? I don't know why. I mean Askavarg is the one that I'm assuming that you're saying. So if it's Ashmane, you're gonna have to tell me, because I need to reread his stuff. Justin's team is female Devala, female Tide Razor, F Ho, M Selphos, F Discordant. Not enough heals to justify the F Ho. F Ho is not useful unless you have big heals. The whole point of her ultimate is to slow down the damage so that you can have time to heal through it. And while you have like individual self heals going on and stuff, I don't think it's enough to make that worth it. I know everybody says F Ho is really good, and it's not like she sucks. She's not terrible, but I don't think that she's pulling her weight as much. Your name is Mel, don't pick on it. I'm not. I never would. Never in my life. You got male Ignis at 560. He would be pretty decent. Fulberg. I don't know what that means, Fulberg. I know. It's probably like a small spelling error or something, and I just don't catch it. That happens to me all the time. I got you when I said Mel. I gotta get your attention somehow, you know? I gotta keep you in this thing with me. You can't raise them anymore? Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Fulgur. That makes more sense. I think that the male Ignis and male Fulgur could both be potentially good. The problem is, did you say that you're at 15 stars? What is your star level on the other dudes? Is everything usually 560? If they're generally 560, you can switch in those two guys and you'll be doing a lot better. You get rid of the male Lionstone, and you might even... I don't know. It's hard to say. I like the Bloodstorm. I like all the other stuff. I kind of feel like you could get away with, in this round, not having the Discordant and get the Ignis and the Fulgur in there and see if that doesn't do a little better. And I think that between the female... You want the female Devala to go in first. So maybe Bloodstorm is in slot 2. And then in the front, you would have the female Devala. And was it female Tidestorm was one of them? Was it Tidestorm or Tide Razor? That's important. That is important. I don't know if I ever read the answer to that. I'm sure you said it, but... Jordan says male Acuna is Coach Ditka, but for the Bjorn Bears. Da Bears. Absolutely true. He just works so... Male Acuna is pretty wildly overpowered, in my opinion. He does so much damage. He also does a lot of healing. And the CC is crazy. Like, he just does everything. He's a little bit crazy. And the fact that he also has anti-heal is nuts. I think he's really overpowered. Truly, I think that he and the male bear are going to come together to be like the new meta that people just run that. That's why I want to try so hard to get the actual companion for the bear. Can't do Bloodstorm and Ignis on the same team. You can change who they're attached to, and change it back later, that is not a problem. So maybe you would keep your Lionstone leveled up, for instance, and then you would just attach the Bloodstorm for now to the Lionstone. But I think that you can get away with using the female Devala as one of your frontliners. I do that quite a bit. Or I did that quite a bit back in the day. I'm really not going to make it to level 80 still. What in the world? I honestly can't believe it. I cannot believe it. It just takes so many. No way I'm going to be able to finish this in the one stream. His whole team was... He had the male Lionstone, the male Choir Discordant, female Tide, which I'm not sure if that's Tide Storm or Tide Razor, the Bloodstorm Legend, and a female Devala. I'm suggesting he gets rid of the male Lionstone and the male Choir and puts in the Ignis and the Fulgur. And then his frontliners will be the Bloodstorm and the female Devala, which I think will work well enough for now. And then hopefully you'll be able to do enough damage to kill them before they're stunning out your whole team. If that works, I would love to know. Tide Storm, good. I think that's better. So then you definitely put the Tide Storm next to the male Bear, just on the same side that he is in the back row. And then maybe you put the male Ignis in slot 2. I think that works. I believe. Yeah, I know. I'm sure I made you answer that like 1,000 times. Like 1,000. But it is hard to keep up with chat sometimes. Every now and then. Alright, Justin says, who should I switch the F-Ho for? Well, we've got female Devala, female Tide Razor, male Selphos, and they all want people to be brought in together if they can manage it. You've got the female Discordant, which is pretty decent. You got your frontliners covered, that's for sure. What you really need is a healer. I would be trying to get a healer if I could. Of any description, but male Water and Sun obviously is better. He's just overpowered, unfortunately. If you had male Water and Sun to put in that slot, I think you'd have a very strong team. And then I also think that the female Discordant, while she's very good, if you could get that male Water and Sun, now you're in a situation where the female Bear becomes super good instead of the female Discordant. You don't have to switch them, but I do think that it would be better in the long run. I can't believe how many fish they put on these. Like, this is such a scam. Can you imagine if you were paying to get up here and then you get to this level and you're like, excuse me, what? I need like 70 a million meats? If they didn't have this loop that was so strong, this would be crazy. I can't believe I'm not even going to make it. Can't change Bloodstorm at the moment. She's in her roster. Well, that's fine. In that case, I think I would keep the Discordant. Come on, cancel the macro, would you please? In that case, I would keep the Discordant and get rid of the Bloodstorm because you need range damage for the fight. That's what you actually need. So in that case, you're going for female Devala, the Choir Discordant, the Ignis, Fulgur, and female Tidestorm. Part of the problem also is now that you don't have all of the melee and also you're doing the pushback, the Ignis becomes a little bit less good. But still good. Still gonna do better, I think, than the other alternatives. Oh, man, dude. I'm gonna get all of these and still not be able to... Oh, yeah, I clicked on the wrong thing. My bad, dog. My bad. We buying them out. We're definitely buying them out. The cool thing is, like, this mythic equipment that I got, right? I got one of these from the event by buying one of these boxes, and it's worth more than double the other thing. So, feel a little good about that. Chaos Caverns gotta go. Goodbye, buddy. Thanks for hanging out for so long. I appreciate you. I really do. You have M. Fulgur, not female. M. Fulgur's fine. I thought I said male. Actually, I think I said the female or the Fulgur, but I don't know. But yeah, that's what you want. For shizzle. Let's make back some diamonds. This is what I'm ready for. I would love to have 2 diamonds and a mask. And I want the mask to be for districts. That's my ideal scenario right now. That is the ultimate ideal scenario. I really gotta pee. Let's see what we can do. What do we got? No! I need diamonds. There we go. That is good. More diamonds. I have to get more diamonds here. Yes! Oh, the quest continues. The quest continues. Can you believe it? We're doing it. Didn't work. Dead in 40 seconds, huh? Is their power just significantly higher than yours? That could be a problem too. That can always be a problem. Try swapping the Ignis and the Bloodstorm then. I would like to see if they have... I kind of just want to log into your account. If you don't mind that happening, you could be in my Discord and send me a direct message with your email address. And then the game sends you a 6-digit number, and you tell me the number after I try to log in. But if you don't want to, that's no problem. Then I can have a look at it and see what we're doing. And see if it's possible or if they're just way too strong. Because that can also be a thing. That happens to me sometimes. It happens to us all. I don't know why this keeps getting a red dot. Is it because they have things in here that they want me to just straight up pay for? Like the divining wheel? For instance, what is this even? Outfit voucher? Well, that's cool. Getting the old skins. The Skinnerinos. Now, if you're wondering what I've been doing with my Guardian Stone here, I'm actually leveling up warriors, believe it or not. I'm doing the mages first, because I think that's fair. But then I'm doing warriors, because I plan on using these bears to their full potential for a long time. And I don't feel bad about it. Not at all. Alright. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a tiny, tiny, tiny little break so I can pee. It'll be a couple of minutes. I'm exploding over here. BRB. And now I can keep it caffeinated. Ah, wonderful. If you stuck around for me there, I appreciate you. I very much appreciate you. Alright, have you messaged me on Discord? Because that would be ideal. And then I can sign into your thing and we can just do it. We'll just do it live! My Discord is too big. I gotta shrink it down a little. And I gotta close out my extra sidebar here. Somehow. Some way. Alright. Mountain Dew antifreeze. This is the Major Melon Zero, you know? The voucher almost always drops last and costs go up every time. It's not worth it in your eyes? For which thing? Which thing are we talking about, my dude? Yeah, you need more and more fish as it goes on. It's the worst. Absolutely terrible. Justin says, wife wants an opinion on her team. It's male and female Galabar, female Akuna, M-Ho, and M-Discordant. Well, I can say that you don't need the M-Discordant in that group. And it is interesting. It's so annoying. I feel like if you're often winning before time runs out, then I think the team is hilarious and probably super strong on defense. And the more I think about it, the more I love it. And also, your wife is devious. Absolutely devious. The unkillable team. Absolutely unkillable. What a nightmare. And then F. Acuna just gets enormous. Just huge. And starts one-shotting people. I mean, I like it. I like it. I'm on board very much. I want to see it in action. If you can screen record it, and I don't know if you're in my Discord. I feel like I'm pimping out the Discord here. I'm not trying to. It's just an efficient way of communication. If you can screen record a match or two of that and put it in my my general chat, if I can get some good videos of that, like living a long time and female Acuna just going off, I want to actually make a video about it because that's hilarious. That is hilarious. All right. Motorcycle's trying to log into the laptop for the Discord link. The Discord link is in the description of the thing that we're doing right now. Stream is a word. All right, should I be lazy and just buy the extra meat, or should I do the arenas? I'm leaving it to the crew. I'm leaving it to the crew. Guide this ship. Jesus, take the wheel, or whatever. Yeah, I imagine they are unkillable. And the more interactions I think of with it, it's just like, man. So annoying. Do arena. More arena. Alright, I can do more arena. How many more arenas can I do? Not quite 100. From buying my value packs. I'm a little burnt out on arena, I'm not gonna lie to you. Having done so many. But it is a superior value by far. So we're gonna do it. I was considering just ending the stream there, giving my voice a rest. But I want to see this thing out to the end. And I want to hit that level 80. Because once I hit that, then it's like, it's free real estate, you know? Which is why, by the way, I still have 5k of these points, but I'm saving it because I want to get all of these at the discount price. And then if I can get these at the discount price, I can use any remainders on getting stones at this huge discount price. And not only that, I can reinvest any diamonds that I get back into more arena so that I can afford even more of these stones, and then I can actually get my bear companion. And all of this work will have been worth it. Kang says lazy is good. Well, it's far too late for that. How many did I actually buy? I didn't even pay attention. 60. That's not too bad. It's also probably not enough to actually get us to the next level of it, which is crazy to me. She likes to be annoying like that. I love it, man. I absolutely love it. The reason that I wouldn't want to play it is because it takes a long time to do each battle. But, man, great strategy. Great strategy. Message has been sent. Alright. I am accepting the DM. And I am, I'm going to turn off my game capture for a moment. I don't want to expose your email address. But I am going to log in and see if I can win that battle real quick. We'll see what it do. And don't worry, I will delete your account off of my situation here. Let me just get some typing done. You know how we do. Alright, it should be sending you a code of 6 digits. And then in that same chat window in Discord, you can send me those 6 digits. And we'll be all logged in. And I can have a look around. Maybe we'll do a test account review. Do you guys want to see a test account review? I don't really probably know enough about everything to do a full account review, but I know a little bit about a little bit. At some point, I just have to start getting them out of the way so I can get some more practice and learn more and more. It is time sensitive, so make sure you get the code typed in there fast. I think you got like 5 minutes total. Otherwise, they get real mad. And by real mad, I mean I have to send a new request. All right. We did it. Great success. All right, now I can turn back on the old video screen for you. I can give you all a peek. Hey, you better stay up there. It tried to turn itself off. Can you believe it? Oh, what a good guy. He sent you some rewards. And another one. I've only had one of those. How many pop-ups do they need to give us? Good lord. I already like what I'm seeing in the districts. I'm going to look into it. I see a small mistake. And I see another one too. And we're going to fix it real quick. Boom. Okay, so what we have here is we have 29, 27, 28. Like, it doesn't matter as much now, I suppose. You're past the point, like, you have everybody being assigned and whatever. But I think that you should just, instead of having 29 over here and 25 over here, I'm curious why you're not investing them even, like, not just getting the cheapest one. You know? So you let me know. You let me know on that. Uh-oh, he done did it again. Done did it again. Alright, let me just click all of these off so I can put in the strong guys. Alright, I'm not going to do that for all of them, but you should do that for all of them. And then also we're going to look at the champions. That's what I need to do. The old Ashmane. I need to read this guy's skills again. It's been months and I only read them once. So we're gonna... Yeah, that was a lot of pop-ups. You got that right. Alright, gain 150 additional energy when the battle begins. Upon taking skill damage, the caster absorbs 38.6% damage and converts the absorbed damage into their constitution. That's pretty cool. Continuously spin for 2 seconds, dealing damage equal to a percent of the caster's strength to nearby enemies. The caster recovers constitution. Loving the self-heals. He's just going hard. Enemies can't ult for a couple seconds. Also pretty decent. Binds a random enemy among the 3 enemies with the highest strength, which lasts for 12 seconds, dealing total damage equal to... wow. 1,428.6% of the caster's strength. During the bind, the target can only use normal attacks, cannot receive effects from their allies, with their constitution recovery being reduced by 67.1%. If the target is killed during the bind, the caster's strength is increased. That's crazy. That's really good. I like that a lot. I do like that a lot. Alright, who else do we have that's big? Not a lot of options of people that are big. I'm thinking. A big old male's ace, huh? That is a quite large male's ace. Not large enough, I don't think, but still quite large. Oh. We got the big old Karg. Big old Kargarino. Alright, I didn't click that. Chill out, game. Get off my scrot. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. That's nasty, and I apologize. I'm just a nasty guy. I am just a nasty guy. Could we just go? No, we can't because those two are attached. No, we can't. Who is this guy attached to? He's got 26. Well, that doesn't really tell me anything, does it? I like that guy. He seems like he does work. He seems like he does work. Alright, let's pop it and lock it. Let's just do it live, you know? Let's do it live. Alright. I think I'm gonna do that. Maybe not even like that. Maybe not even like that. How about let's... I want her back row. And I want him like that and him like that. It might be smarter actually to keep her over here farther away from the anti-heal. That could be good. Let's just try that. Let's just try and see what we get. Make sure that's turned on. I'm going to keep it slow so I can like watch what's a problem here. We are taking a lot of just basic damage. They seem like they're just vastly too strong for the stuff that you have. I don't think it's going to happen. You can kind of survive for a while, but not enough. Like, there's just not damage going out. Did you take a break from the game and then come back and now you're having a struggle? Because your server has clearly just gone far past where you stopped. And that's starting to be a problem. Like, you're not going to see success probably until you go 15 star. That's a pretty rough thing to overcome. But we could still look into it. He's attached to the tide. Maybe the shields would be enough to sort of help. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that would even sort of help. Alright, let's just try a whole different a whole different ball of wax, and we'll see where we're at. Let's pretend none of those exist. Who do I want? I want to try this guy because he's cool and I've never seen him fight things before. Why not, right? May as well. May as well chuck it out there. I want to try this guy. Buffing this guy. And then I kind of even want to shield them. That could be potentially good. Yeah, it's an extremely large power gap. I don't think there's any chance that it's going to work, but still messing around with it is fun and interesting to me, so that's why I'm still doing it. But yeah, I don't think it's going to happen with the power gap. I do not think it's going to be the way. I do still think that she's really strong. And maybe I put the shields in there and we just hope and pray. I should have put the Ashmane on the other side. That was a stupid mistake, but sometimes these things do happen. Get the big ult, baby. Yeah, that didn't even touch him. Big ult in the power zone. Everything. Didn't even move his health bar. You are not going to be winning this one. You got to level your dudes up. Just lack focus to do massive time dump to build vigor and stars. I don't think you need your vigor to even be max. I think you need to be 15 star. For sure. And like 50 vigor you can probably... If they were 15 stars and you had 50 vigor, then I think you could probably get it to work. But the way it is now, unless you... And you're going to have this problem on every event unless you make a change. Unfortunately, you're just going to have to decide that it's time to go all the way deep into 15 star. Because 15 star doesn't take you to level 600, right? It takes you to level 700. Or unless they changed that, because it used to take you to level 700. I haven't looked for a while. So it's not a small power boost to get up there. Yeah, I am still streaming. I don't know why. People are still watching, so I guess it is what it is. But I have a lot more arena to do. Yeah, I think that you're just in that spot where you gotta level it up. That is what it is, and I'm gonna turn off my game overlay so that I can log back into mine. Alright, let me switch account. I had a feeling that might be the problem, but it happens. It happens. Nathan says, meds help in gameplay. Unfortunately, I have not taken the meds. I was gonna, but then I didn't. And now I'm gonna make sure that I remove your account from my list before I do anything else. Because I don't want to be... I don't want to be even capable of being accused of doing anything shady to your account. That is not the way I roll, and that's not what I want to... Not what Nathan says, keep it 100. We keep it in hundreds. Up in here. Alright, now we're gonna bash through these 60. We're gonna just try to get it to level 80. And then I'm gonna have to do more after that, but I'm not gonna stream the more after that. I am gonna take my pain pill at that point, and then I'm gonna go upstairs, play on my iPad, and just do the damn thing. You're trying to get a bear to 15 star? That would help. The bears are super, super good. The problem with you getting the bear up there is that your other characters have vigor, and he doesn't. But I will tell you this. I know that you like your male's ace. He's got a lot of issues right now, and your male's ace had a lot of vigor. It would not be the total end of the world if you put that vigor into somebody else. I don't know if you have the vigor transfer items or not, but if you do, it wouldn't be the worst to put it into the male bear. I feel like that would go a long way for you. I do feel that. Also, I missed a bunch of chats again. I know. I'm sorry. How do you put a video in the chat? There's no restrictions, so you just record the video on your phone and then just like posting a picture or whatever. There's a little plus sign next to where it says message, and you'll select it like a photo or whatever else. They really need to make Vigor Transfer more accessible. Totally agree. I totally agree with that. I think also that Vigor is just a bad system. It's just a sort of bad system. How many of them do you need? The Vigor transfer items? I don't know the exact number, but I know it gets higher the more you have. But being I don't remember. Did your Zace have like 20 something, or was it 42? It was somewhere in there. It was a decent number. It would be great if your whole main team had 50 vigor. And it would also be better, like, I like male Ignis as much as the next guy. And in fact, he was the first mythic character that I had that was extremely useful to me, and like I learned a lot about the game by mastering how to use him and get the most out of the spike damage of his big ult. The problem now is that there's so many new characters that have come out that just do that, but also so much more, and also you don't have to put any work into getting the damage. It just happens, and you don't have to worry about it. So it's not like he can't be used or that he's bad, it's that he's harder to use, and he brings a little bit less to the table. So I might be looking at replacing some of those champions that you have in your top squads that were like back in the beginning of the game quite good, now not so much. I understand the point behind the choices that you were making, but I think that some of it's holding you back a little bit now. Just a little bit. Caxmar Lucio, hello. Hello and welcome. I'm just a streaming boy today, you know? We're 5 hours deep into this one. Around 150 transfer stones? Well, it's different for each number, so it's hard to say. Kai is going to compile some screenshots of Vigor transfer costs on Discord. Kai, you legend! That would be amazing. That would be amazing. To move 90 Vigor costs 700 transfer shards. 700 is a lot. To put that in perspective, I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you what the compensation is or not. I think they're pretty open about the Weaver program compensation. It scales, right? So the more you're producing, the more you get. But at a base, you can get, in the Elite program, $150 in compensation as just a base. As long as you're hitting a couple of small monthly metrics. And along with that, they give you only 300 Vigor transfer stones. So that's how expensive that shit is. Like, it just seems like if you're making it that expensive to be able to do, it doesn't solve the problem at all. It just doesn't solve the problem. Caxmar says you'd never played this game before, and you started playing it because you saw one of the videos? Well, you know what? We all start somewhere, and we all have to learn, and I'm glad that I could inspire you to pick up the game. I'm having a great time with it, especially with this new event that we're cycling through doing some crazy stuff. I just like it a lot, you know? I absolutely do. So much that I'm doing, I don't even know, like 700 arena battles in this one challenge. I hope I never have to do that again. I like farming it, but that's a lot of farming just to try to get to... I haven't even hit the last section yet. We're super close, and I should be able to with all of these fish, but man... Crazy. And Nathan says, I shall not comply! This game is very fun. It is very fun. And it's good, like... I do criticize Goat Games, the developer, quite a bit. But I will say that the way that they made the early game, it makes it very forgiving. And it's rewarding when you learn stuff. And they make it sort of a playground where you can figure out how to play. But by the time that you get to the mid-game, you really need to know what's going on. You really got to try to figure it out because it gets very expensive to switch things around and level new things up and try all these new things out. So feel young and free and experimental while you are, because eventually it's going to be a little bit more difficult to keep up that pace. A little bit. Nathan, you're having a good time with the stream? I'm happy to hear that, man. I love live streaming. And I don't know if everybody knows the story. Caxmar from Mexico, that's another new one, I think. I believe that's another new one. Very happy to have you, sir. Or ma'am, or whichever. I don't know if I could make that assumption based on the name Caxmar. I do not have the knowledge. I don't know if everybody knows how I got started live streaming, but I think it was on the Samir event. Everybody wanted to see my summons. And I was like, well, maybe I'll just go live and summon. I don't know. I'll try to figure it out. And so I was interested in, like, kind of figuring it out. And what's supposed to happen is you set up your stream on YouTube with a title and thumbnail and description and all this other stuff. And then you click Start Streaming on OBS, and it will connect to YouTube. And then on YouTube, you click Stream, and then it will go actually live. So it's supposed to start streaming to YouTube, and then you tell YouTube when to go live. And I thought I'd just try it out and see, like, I'll get it right to the point before I'm actually live, and then we'll shut it down, and I won't actually stream. But instead, when I click Start Streaming on OBS, it just automatically does it. And so I ended up just being randomly live when I was not prepared to be live at all. And we did a big long stream. And we cycled through. People don't stay for the whole stream, obviously. Especially in one of these that's like 5 hours long. A couple people do, but not everybody. And in that first stream alone, there was like 134 people that came through. And... I was answering questions and doing summons and just, I had such a great time. I went from somebody who didn't know that I would even care to live stream at all to just like, I love it. I absolutely love doing it. So it was a bit of a mistake and a bit of a surprise, but I definitely found a thing I enjoy. Let's do a slightly more difficult fight that I gotta be a little careful with. We'll keep him over there, why not? Nathan says... What did Nathan say? Something about shit talkers. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm going to say the rest of it because it could be misconstrued. It's 323 for 48 vigor. And then it was 700 for 90. So it's almost linear, if that's true. If that's accurate, it's almost linear, which is kind of nice. I keep not wanting to fight Kai. I don't want to kill my boy. I don't want to hurt my boy. I hope that the music is fine, you know? I still can't hear it from your perspective. Occasionally I do quality assurance and watch a segment of one of my streams just to see how it's going, but... Your mask for the bear jigsaw challenge is 3% crit rate. I feel like there might be better buffs than that, but 3% crit rate is still pretty solid. Unfortunately, I don't have any masks, and I also don't have that jigsaw event, so that's not even possible. I'm really hoping to get one from... I want the district improvement from the... whatever. Conquest of Sakad Tavern. That's what I would like. It's a small buff. It's an old buff They're very outclassed now. But I don't have any mask, and if I could get more money for my districts, then that would be fantastic. I hope you do get the 15-star bear. I hope you do. But remember, if you're not able to finish that challenge, you know now what you need to work on. You need to try to find a DPS that you have a companion for that is going to bring some stunning and is preferably ranged. Healing would be great. I think healing would go a long way for the crew that you've been using. And I wouldn't be opposed to watching you use the Ashmane and the Bloodstorm as your frontliners and then just supporting them. I think that could be pretty cool. I do think that and it could work pretty well also. So, something to consider. Add in a little bit of extra healing on top of that. You might be living the good life. Why didn't I look at the companions? I know, I messed up. I didn't actually... I don't know, maybe I wasn't thinking it through. I got the... I got the 5-hour streaming brain going right now. You know how it is. The people watching the things that I say and verbiage you use have no idea what you're talking about. That might be true. That might be true. It is possible. All masks stack on an account now? Well, that's awesome. And terrible. I wish that they didn't. It's good that they're adding more ways to get them again in sort of a free context, but before you would have to pay for all of those, and a lot of them were very expensive. And if it's still that way, then that's really terrible and they should not stack. But back in the day, you had to pick one. And people would, like, switch one over, like... Okay, I'm playing now, so I'll use my fighting mask. And okay, I'm going to take a break now. I'll put on my district mask while I'm AFK. So, are you sure that they stack? Are you positive? Richardson Scott says, just got back in the car. The road is almost clear. Oh, man. You deserve a raise after that, but I'm glad that you're safe, and I hope that you continue to drive safe. You are a valuable part of the crew. Justin says it's not showing the plus sign to put the video on here. That is interesting. You're on Discord right now, yeah? Because we're talking about Discord. And I'm sorry if I did not make that clear. Masks do stack now. That is very sad. That is bad for the game. In my opinion, that is bad for the game. But at least on my server, I'm at a fair standpoint where I don't have to worry about it all that much. But it is annoying. Man, I really need that pain pill. I should have grabbed it when I went upstairs. I'm not going to go up there now. But I do also have 2 bulging discs in my neck to add to the fun. Gotta love it. Pretty much living the dream, you know. Spine's all a wreck. Discs just bulging out every single space. It's fine. The best PvE team is not a thing that exists. That's not a real thing. It depends on what you tend to fight. It depends on what you have available to you. I can tell you that the best team right now will probably include a male Water and Sun. It will include anti-heal. It'll include a lot of AoE stuns. For that reason, I think that male Akuna and male Bjorn Krieger should be part of that team. I do also think that female Akuna and the female Bear could potentially be part of that team, but they don't necessarily have to be. And if they're not going to be, you want to be picking another DPS character and another frontliner that don't rely on doing ground targeted abilities so much, because the male Bjorn Krieger, while he's very strong, is disruptive to your team as well as the enemy team. That is definitely not a reason to pass on him. I think that he's extremely good. Extremely good. I do think that there could be a world where using female Lume with male Water and Sun could be really strong. It could potentially be really strong, but he has to be the highest strength on your team in order to do that. And I'm not sure how he stacks up in that regard, if that would work out very often or not. Probably not going to be part of the best team. I can say that much. But it would be interesting. I'm trying to think of what else I think would be part of the very best team. And it just really is not an answer. Just for single boss? Kai, thank you. I appreciate you. And I will take you up on that. That really does, the support means a lot to me, guys. I really do appreciate it. But with that being said, I don't have these rules listed on my YouTube anywhere, but they are on my Twitch. I'd never want anybody to donate to me unless it makes you happy and you can afford it and it's a purely positive experience for you and something you want to do. I don't ever want you to feel like you're obligated to do that, because you're not. You're not. I'm providing this service to you for free. But that being said, of course it feels good, and of course I appreciate it. So thank you very much, Kai. I really do appreciate it. So, sorry, I didn't read PvE before, or I didn't register it. The female Akuna is one of the single strongest people for that. You still need the male Water and Sun on the team. I also still like the bear, the male bear on the team, because you do need people who are taking the hits. There's also, I think it's the male Warbringer, or War whatever, has a big chunk attack, and then the female Trevane. That would probably be, for single boss, that's probably the single best team, I would guess. The thing is, with the female Akuna, she needs time to stack up and become stronger and stronger. And she needs strong healing to be going on while that's happening. Hey look, it's Kai. I gotta get this, instead of being behind my head, I don't want to block all the stuff from you guys. But I just copy and pasted those over this stream. I gotta get it all set up right. The only thing... It's possible that there's a better choice than the male bear, but if there is, I'm not sure what it is. So, sorry, I was answering the question wrong in the beginning, but I think we got there in the end. We got there. Hey, look at this guy. He's an actual challenge. Let us fight the actual challenge. Ooh, this is a tough call. This guy could actually beat me, but I'm just doing it. Well, I'm hoping that we get the videos on the, You're new to this, you're not sure what I mean by Discord? Well, Discord is a different program that is a communication service. And I have a server that is specifically for me and my fans, the link for which is in the description. And if you go into that Discord channel, which you will have to download an app to be able to do, or you can go through a web browser to do it, then in the general chat you can set the stuff up. Male Akuna does nuke everything, that is for sure. He's a strong boy. I didn't even pay attention. Did I win that one? I was like, this could be a challenge, and then I started talking. I hope I won. I hope I did it. Got me describing stuff. That's true, there are clips of me singing songs. And also, I encourage people to take clips if I do something entertaining or weird, just so we can have a record of that. And maybe one day we will send them into some of those internet clip shows, and your boy will be on some dude's video. It gets a whole million views. Speaking of a million views, my channel is getting close to 700,000 views, which is a number that I didn't ever think that my channel would get. So, pretty happy about that, and thanks to all of you for helping that come to fruition. Especially since a lot of that happened when I was not making content on YouTube. There was a good portion of time where I was strictly streaming on Twitch, which was a great time and a lot of fun. And we finally beat Snagga. We're number 1, baby. Rank 1. Let's go. Oh yeah, let's check how my damage is doing. Look at the even keeled damage. It's beautiful. Absolutely tremendous. I also like to get everybody on the Discord because there's so many discussions that we have there that are making us all a lot better at the game. And I get a lot of ideas for videos and stuff from there. And I think that the more people, the more voices that we can have in there, the stronger idea we can have that we're forming good opinions, because we'll have more perspectives to work with. So, I am excited for that. Very excited indeed. One thing to note about Discord, if you're going to install the app for the first time, there are a lot of messages that happen in my server, but you can turn off notifications. And if it bothers you, then that's something that you would want to do. It's Rage Sage. Is that one of my people? Or is it just a coincidence? I don't know which is which, but I'm gonna fight him. I'm fighting him. Joshua put a video in Discord of a fight you never thought you'd win. I will definitely be checking that out when the stream is over. Now, that being said, actually, I did want to say, usually I spend a lot of time on the Discord talking to people and answering questions and stuff. I will probably not be doing that at all tonight. Partially because I've been playing the dang game for hours and hours and hours on end. But also because I have more stuff that I need to get done in the game. And I gotta figure out which stuff of that I can do tomorrow and which stuff needs to be done today. And plan out a new video and spend some time with the family. So I'm just gonna put down the Discord for a night. I'll probably be on there responding for a little while after I'm done streaming, but I keep getting distracted in the Discord and getting nothing done all day, so that's probably how that's gonna go. Oh man, if you watch anime, check out Anime Senpai. I don't know what that is, but I do watch anime occasionally. I struggle to sit down and just watch a show. I don't know. It's possibly because like I said, with all my back issues and pain issues, I feel like I can't do things that often or be useful that often. So I like to be acquiring knowledge or developing a skill, even if that skill is in some video game that doesn't matter, or just feel like I'm doing something useful. Sometimes watching a show, like I like watching shows with people, because then it's like you're bonding and developing a connection and a shared experience. So that's always good and useful. But watching shows by myself, I don't know, I feel bad. And which is dumb to say, because I will literally play video games for hours on end with no problem. And somehow I tell myself that's different or something. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. But that's just me. That's just who I am. I can't believe the masks stack now. Also, Kai, thank you again. I just saw it again, and I was happy again, and I wanted to say thank you again, so that's what I did. 16 more. 16 more. I think we're going to actually hit level 80. I believe. I believe, and we're going to get the district mask. And I want you all to start giving me your energy. Like, you know how they do in the Dragon Ball Z? He's up here, he's like, oh, I can't do it. I'm like too weak and stuff, even though all I ever did in my whole life is train for this one moment. And I just really like to fight people all the time and shoot laser beams out of my hands and stuff. But now I need all you regular people to give me like a couple of % of your energy so that I can do this big attack. It's like that, but with luck. Do that for me, but with luck. Yes. The cult of the panda will now engage in the fortune mask prayer. You gotta be careful with that. Some people will take it too seriously. Next thing you know, they're asking for Kool-Aid recipes. Gotta watch out, man. That sneaks up on you. It really does sneak up on you. Kind of like, what's his name? Jared Leto. Jared Leto had his whole band and the acting and stuff, and he's got a pretty face. And now they're like a cult. Like him and his fans are a cult. It's weird. It got weird. I don't want to be worshipped. I want to be appreciated. Poor Rage Sage. He's got such a cool name, and I'm just doing it to him. He'll do the Captain Planet energy. I love it. With our powers combined. That was a good show. That was a good show. Okay. I keep almost hitting him, but I'm not going to hit him. I can't hit him. He donated to me. That's the protection money. Hey man, you better buy me a beer. I'm going to get you in that arena. Come on, dog. Nah, I wouldn't do that. Not me. I ain't that kind of guy. Don't get all up in my Kool-Aid. Nathan, we must be from the same era, man. We must be from the same time. Doing a little whining and dining. What in the world is that little emote that you sent? By the way, I think I can make little emotes, can't I, and put them in here? I have a bunch of them made for Twitch, and I have never... I need to look at that again, because now that we're streaming back on YouTube, as you can see with my alerts and everything, like, I don't have it all set up exactly the way I would want it to be set up, and I need to fix that. Nathan, you were born 81? I was born 85. I'm an 85 guy. I remember going to McDonald's when Land Before Time was a thing, and they gave me a cassette tape and the Happy Meal that had the song Chums on it, and they sang about being friends. That's that good. Motorcycle born 77. My ex-wife was born 79. That's pretty close. I'm not saying I would marry you. I'm just saying there's a chance. It's not out of the realm of possibility. 84 for aromatic. We're all like in the same era. And I thought that it was a young person's game. Kaya's 83. Look at that. We all would have practically been going to school together. Brent's 85. Brent, are you really 85? 91 for Wild Ace. That's the year that my sister was born, I think. Or was it 90? I don't remember. I think it was 91. No, it was 90. Yeah, it was 90. I know, I should just know that off the top of my head, but I don't. You're so old, do you remember when MTV played music videos? Me too, man, me too. And then it was the Real World, and then the Road Rules came out. And what was terrible was we didn't realize that it was going to destroy the entire situation. And you remember the VH1? Nobody even remembers the term VH1 anymore. VH1 had their I love the 70s and I love the 80s and I love the 90s and everything. They used to play music too. And now they don't exist as far as I know. Now it's all over for them. It's all curtains. Your mom's a hypochondriac? She used books before Google. I remember my parents have a set of encyclopedias. And I remember literally going and using the encyclopedias to do a report on George Washington. I did that. That was a real thing I did. VH1 put up band factoids. Oh yeah, pop-up videos. I think we didn't appreciate VH1 in its time. Pop-up videos was a good thing. Very strong content. Aeon Flux. Oh my lord. Dude, I love that show. It's so wacky. The animation is so good too. Like they're really outside the box with the whole thing. Even like the very beginning of the show, one of the first thing that happens is they're like making out with each other, and then they open up their teeth and transfer a note in between their teeth. It's crazy. That was a great show. What was the other one? Max? Was it just called Max? I don't remember. MAXX? It's just a big old hulking dude with big teeth. Those are the good ones. The old days of the NES. My friend, I own 77 NES games. I have a bit of a collection. I'm a bit of a collector. Although Super Nintendo was more my jam. I gotta say, for me, Super Nintendo, the graphics, they never look bad. I mean, some games they look bad, but like, you know what I mean? It was the best of that type. Where if you look at NES, some of the times you're like, what the hell am I even looking at, you know? And back in the day, that was fine. But these days, you're like, I think I'll play Mega Man X instead. I still love the NES. I still play it all the time, but you know how it is. You know how it is. Ashen says, what's creepy is seeing the kiddos now wearing Simpsons and Looney Tunes shirts. That would have fit perfectly. Yeah. Well, what's really weird is seeing the kids that are actually kids and then their parents are dressing them up in makeup. And let me tell you something. All right, I'm going to get this grievance out because thinking about how kids shouldn't be dressed like whores has just reminded me of a thing that irritates the shit out of me. What is the deal with the volleyball shorts, gentlemen? I'll tell you something. Tell you a secret. When I was in high school, I loved volleyball shorts. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I can tell you with one letter. And that letter looks like this. That's what the letter looked like. Are we on the same page? Why are they making kids wear that? You need to think about this. I've had this conversation with people who were volleyball players, and I think that it's weird that they have those shorts. And they say stuff like, well, we have to wear those because other shorts might get in the way, and also we're able to move faster because of these shorts. Could you please tell that to Michael Jordan? Please? Please do that. Michael Jordan, you need to be playing in a Speedo, because otherwise it's slowing you down, bud. I need to see those cheeks flapping in the air while you're doing your airwalk. Can you do that for me? You know your little under the rim back toss thing? Yeah, I'm going to need to see some cheek jiggle. Otherwise, you're going too slow. You're just too slow, man. Bullshit. Bullshit. There are people who run these situations who want to look at little girls' butts. And that's why we have the volleyball shorts, and it's wrong. It is wrong. Sorry. Sorry. I care deeply about that. I don't like people whoring out their kids. Controversial opinion, I know. I can't believe I would say something so controversial. Killick in Street Fighter. Well, Killick is from Soul Calibur, and I don't know if you were testing me, but I know that. I know that. Killick was from Soul Calibur. Was he the bow staff guy? I think he was the bow staff guy. And I liked him. He was a cool guy. And we're finally doing it. We're finally wrapping it up on the arena for this push. There's more, of course. Oh, what else did I miss while I was ranting? I get off on a tangent, you know? When a loaf of bread was 50 cents. I agree. I agree. Motorcycle, yep, Max, love it. Love it all. Dude, things were better back then. They just were. Go watch some of the movies from that era. They were just better. People hated Howard the Duck. Go watch Howard the Duck right now, and you tell me that Howard the Duck is somehow not as good as all of the crap that they're shoveling out right now. It's better. I even watched some movie the other day, not the other day, but like a couple months ago, called Evolution. It had David Duchovny and a bunch of other people in it. And it was about aliens coming over and taking... It was a great movie. They got all sorts of good movies from back in the day. What about these days? You're like, well, that was a lot of CGI. Technically, it looked nice. That's about it. It preached at me a lot. I wasn't a fan of that. You know? DuckTales. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Tales of daring do and their DuckTales. Ooh, ooh. I love it. Absolutely love it. Alright. Deep sea fishing time. Another Hundo 20. We'll just get that. And I'm actually going to put my mouse by the stop button this time so it doesn't freak out my game for a million years after I get done with the fishing. Dangers. Oh, Miranda's like, they're talking about all their old people things. I've got to go. I've got to go. There's too many old people in here. Oh, Miranda, thanks for hanging out as always. You stayed for so long. And then I never sang. You probably were hoping that I would because I did the last time, but I didn't this time. I hope you have a wonderful day, Miranda, because you deserve it. You deserve it. And I hope you've contributed to my luck in getting the mask that I need. Or want. Alright. Aromatic Preference says they hate them too. Do you mean the booty shorts that I was talking about? Primal Instinct? Oh, man. Jordan's on the... Jordan knows. Jordan absolutely knows. Primal Instinct was amazing, man. Mortal Kombat, but dinosaurs and stuff. Amazing. Pong on the Atari? That's going real old school. I actually made an app that was a Pong game, and you were pirate ships, and it was for 2 players, meant to be played on a tablet, and you just each drag your finger to move your thing, but then if you tap it, it shoots cannons. And if you hit the other guy with a cannon, it pauses their ship for a second. And there was different, like, there would be modifiers that would drop down, so like maybe if you hit the modifier, it turns into a spread shot, or maybe it gets like hyper speed or super slow or whatever. It was pretty cool. I liked it. I don't think it's available anymore though. I don't think it's available anymore. Nathan says, you see that video where like 30 girls are walking down the sidewalk with no jacket, miniskirt, wearing fuzzy boots, dead-ass winter? Yeah. Oh, trust me, I've seen those. They're all wearing the Han Solo special. Aromatic says, played volleyball for years, but like, you know, I'm old and we wore actual school shorts. Yeah, well, that's what you should be wearing. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's sort of like, look, I don't tell my wife what to wear. I think that would be dumb and wrong, and if she tried to do it to me, I would say, go to hell, I'm going to wear what I want to wear. But I don't like my wife wearing yoga pants out in the world because I know that every dude in a 9-mile radius has their eyes glued trying to look at her bunga hole. And I don't want him to be doing that. I think that sucks. You know, I'm not a jealous guy. Ooh, I got the level 80. I did it. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid. We did it. We did it. Excite Bike was amazing. Super great game. Oh, I can't believe we did it. I gotta keep the fishing going just to see if I can buy all of them, but I don't think I'll be able to afford all of them at once. I'm hoping, but I'm not expecting. That's about all. Did you know? I don't want to change the topic again. Should I really? Should I do it? Why are girls' pants so tight always? You know, they say that they're just trying to make them comfortable, but I don't think that's what it is at all. And if I said what it is, you'd call me a conspiracy theorist. You would. You would. You would. Oh, man. All right, fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. If they can corrupt your mind, right? And keep you distracted, and keep you lazy, and keep you satisfied with small hits of dopamine, then you're never going to pay attention to the stuff that really matters in the world, and we're never going to group up together and make a change. And one of the things that they can do to do that is use sex. So they promote styles that are increasingly more revealing. They promote media that is increasingly putting sex at the forefront of your mind, and they're trying to get you to focus only on that instead of achieving your goals and banding together and treating each other well. That's exactly what it is. It is definitely that. And look, I like a beautiful woman as much as the next guy. You know? We are designed by nature or a creator or whoever. We are designed to look at that stuff and be like, hey, you know what? That reminds me. If I don't make babies, the whole race will die out. I should probably make babies. And then we go, hey, you're really beautiful and I got a lot of money. Oh, come on, let's go on a date. And we just get all stupid. And they want us to be all stupid. They want us to be all stupid because then they can get away with whatever they want to get away with. And I don't know who they is, but I know they suck. That's all I know. We are in a population decline. We do need more babies, and there's unfortunate reasons for that as well. Unfortunate reasons for that as well. Now, I don't want to get... Oh, I don't know if I should talk about that one. I don't know if I should talk. Just look up secret meetings with Planned Parenthood, and maybe you'll find what I'm talking about. It's real gross, real disgusting, and real very proven. So, yeah, I don't know. I think there are reasons for a lot of stuff that's happening, and a lot of them are nefarious. Nefarious at best. So all we can do is love each other, treat each other well, and socially punish the people who are assholes. Oh, is that fair? I think that's fair. Oh, are we actually getting them all? Boom. Complete. Completed. Now, unfortunately, I am going to have to do more because then I want to invest all of these diamonds into getting as many fishing points as I can so that I can buy as many summoning stones as possible so that I can finish my companion. Wild Ace Cat knows what I'm talking about, and it is sick stuff. You're absolutely right. It's disgusting. It's disgusting, and they're getting away with it because you're distracted. Does that blow your mind? Or how about the Epstein Island stuff that happened right after they discovered that there was a group associated with Disney that had a system all around the world for child trafficking with daycares in every major country in the world. And nobody's talking about it or doing anything. You know why? Because you're distracted and happy and powerless. They make you believe that you're powerless. That's why there's all the slutty stuff all around. Keep you distracted, man. We know there's big problems in the world. And I'm not saying I have the solutions to them. But I am saying that they're trying to keep you distracted from it. Yeah, Nathan, I saw that too. I haven't been able to confirm if that one's exactly true, but I saw the thing that you probably saw. I saw it. I frequent the parts of the internet that are like the Wild West, and it means that you see a lot of stuff that you shouldn't be seeing, and you see a lot of stuff that's like not socially acceptable, but you also see a lot of stuff you weren't supposed to be able to see, and a lot of stuff that they were trying to bury. And that, my friends, is worth it. Then you get a wider world view. They did show that one on the news? I'm surprised. But they're more willing to when they can pin it on the one guy, you know? They say, oh, it's just Epstein. No, don't worry about it. It's just him. But yeah, it was pretty messed up. Rebecca Allen, born 89. I can see she's a little behind in the conversation. And I'm sorry for what you're probably just heard me say. Talking about all the conspiracies. I know. It's a little depressing sometimes, but that's why we stay positive and treat each other well. Do I want to do these one at a time, or do I just want to do the multi? Must have been crappy TV in the 80s. No, not at all. We had some good stuff. The name of the guild is Rage Eternal. Do the multi. Everybody wants the multi. You got it. Boom. I'm up to 11k diamonds. I did not get the mask, which is a little sad. But here's what happened. I just played the whole day, got all of the rewards for all of that stuff, and I gained 3,000 diamonds for doing it. Aromatic, you're funny. That's funny. Now that's funny right there. Oh man, that is a lot of PvP that I would have to do if I was trying to be the most efficient I could. Or I could just spend it all. Oh. How long is this event going on now? 2 more days? I don't have to rush it. These guys are here for 2 more days. I don't have to rush it, right? You don't see it? It is on 1578. I'm pretty sure. Here I am. I am on... Where does it say the server? Why am I not seeing the server? I thought it said it. Well, I'm pretty sure it's 1578, so whatever. Whatever. Rage Eternal is 1 word, by the way. If that helps. And I hope it does. Otherwise, you can type in 41QW, and that should help. That ought to do it. Where do I make it show my server? I don't know why I'm not seeing it right now. I'm just so blind. I got the streamer brain. 1578. There it is. It is correct. I felt like that was true, but I just wasn't sure. I just simply wasn't sure. Yep, Jason. Jason knows. The old Super Pirate Paddle Battle. That is exactly what it was. It was a very, very good game. I enjoyed it. Now, should I rest my voice or should I just do my Dungeon Descent? I don't want to do any more Arena this second. You were looking in the wrong place? Well, I'm glad you found it now, and I'm happy to have you. We do have space for more. I think that makes 20 people in the guild now. Also, hello, Jason. the co-creator of Super Pirate Paddle Battle. Jordan says I should rest. You're probably right. You are probably right. 20 of 50, gotta love it. You really love to see it, don't you? So, I ended up getting this skin, which was way too expensive when it came out. But that was huge. We just played the game for almost 6 hours grinding this event, which got us a ton of gold and all sorts of other stuff. So that was awesome. Speaking of which, I should probably keep collecting. I don't want it to sneak up on me. I don't want to sneak up on me. Rest my voice? You're right. You're right, I should. I've been complaining about my voice for like 3 hours, and now it's getting a little rough. Brent says can't leave yet. Work's not over. I appreciate you. I really do appreciate all the support. I know I keep saying it, but it does mean a lot to little old me. But the fact that we just did that, and on top of it, we gained 3,000 diamonds, that's nuts. That's nuts, and it's a lot of work ahead. But you're right. I should call it here so that I can rest my voice. I am going to do I'm going to try to do more arena if I can handle doing it, because where are we at now? How many have we done? 613 arena matches. 613. I don't know if anybody's ever done that many before. That's a lot. That is a lot of arena. But we're also number 1, so you can't be mad about that. And we're number 1 in the arena, not just in the server challenge. So we're number 1 on this leaderboard too. Snagga might come take us out, I don't know. But we also have 6 days left on that, so anything could happen. Anything could happen. And so we got all of those other rewards, which are great. We got all of these conquest coins. Are they in here? How many do I have? Do they show up in here? I don't think they do. Which kind of sucks, because I want to know how many I have. But I literally have thousands. And I don't remember how much it costs, or how many of them it takes to get a Bloodcraft Legend, but I'm well on my way to starting to do something with it, because I have thousands of those coins now. Literally thousands, as well as getting a bunch of these extra. And if I go back into the value packs here, I wasn't getting these all day today, but all of these that I bought, every one of them paid for themselves, right? So this cost me 0. I got all of these gold chests. I got all of these 3-star characters. And what's great is, this one was 2,999. That's barely more expensive than a multi-summon. And it gives me more Ascension materials than a multi-summon usually does, because a lot of times you get a couple of 1 and 2 stars in there. This is all 3 stars. So that like paid for itself times 4. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So now that now my voice is really feeling it. You're right. It's a good thing we decided to rest. So again, you guys are all the best. The donations and the supports and the subscribes and the joining of the Discord, really fantastic. But for now, I want to thank you for watching. I have been Rage Panda 1, and I will see you in the next one.